trying to be indie, not trying to be cool, just trying to be in this. Tell me, are you too? Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? 'Cause I wanna touch you, baby, and I wanna feel you too. I wanna see the sunrise on your sins, just me and you. Light it on the run. Let's make love tonight. Make it up, fall in love, try. Baby, I'm with you, but you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Maybe I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. We were shot like a jacket, so do yours if we would roll down the rapids to find a wave that fits. Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? 'Cause I wanna touch you, baby, and I wanna feel you too. I wanna see the sunrise on your sins, just me and you. Light it on the run. Let's make love tonight. Make it up, fall in love, try. Baby, I'm with you, but you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Maybe I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. Gotta give love to your body. It's only you that can stop it. Gotta give love to your body. It's only you that can stop it. Gotta give love to your body. It's only you that can stop it. Gotta give love to your body. Gotta give love to your body. But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here.
I'ma lose my mind, waking when the sun's down, riding all these highs, waiting for the calm down. Walk these streets with me, and doing decently, just glad that I can breathe. Yeah, I'm trying to realize it's alright to not be fine on your own. Now I'm shaking, drinking all this coffee. These last few weeks have been exhausting. I'm lost in my mind.
lubang atau gigi sensitif.
Ada bahagia yang belum kita rasa setelah bersama. Usahakan semua, kira-kira kapan waktunya tiba. Segala upaya, apapun kita coba dan tak pernah lelah. Ku serahkan padanya, Sang Pencipta. Dengarlah doa kita berdua. Jika tidak hari ini, mungkin minggu depan. Jika tidak minggu ini, mungkin bulan depan. Jika tidak bulan ini, mungkin tahun depan. Segala harapan kan datang yang kita impikan. Janganlah menyerah dulu, waktu masih panjang. Ingat doa kita selalu yang tak pernah usang. Kita usahakan lagi sayang, yakin waktunya kan datang. Jika tidak hari ini, mungkin minggu depan. Jika tidak minggu ini, mungkin bulan depan. Jika tidak bulan ini, mungkin tahun depan. Segala harapan kan datang yang kita impikan. Janganlah menyerah dulu, waktu masih panjang. Ingat doa kita selalu yang tak pernah usang. Kita usahakan lagi sayang, yakin waktunya kan datang. Kita usahakan lagi sayang, yakin waktunya kan datang. Tatkala mentari terbenam di ufuk barat, di saat itulah dingin rindu selimuti keindahan senyuman dari lesung pipi itu, menikmati imaji bersamamu. Maka terimalah diriku, kita akan bahagia selamanya. Ku berjanji jadi suamimu, dan ku akan memberikan yang terbaik untukmu. Ku sadar liriku tak seindah lagu indie yang selalu kau dengar meracuni telinga.
Okay, everyone. The seminar will be started in 5 minutes, so make sure you're ready for it.
And in this beginning, I'd like to give you a kind of announcement regarding the simple rules of conducting this international seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that this seminar is conducted through a hybrid format, and we're gathering here in teleconference room while simultaneously continuing with a speaker and participants via Zoom platform. We welcome and appreciate for the participate of everyone. Before we begin, would like to remind all the participants to follow the simple rules to ensure smooth and respectful seminar experience. First, please use the virtual background provided by the committee, especially for the participants through Zoom platform. And second, we kindly ask you to turn on your camera throughout the session and keep your microphone muted unless you are invited to speak. Additionally, please do not use the screen sharing or drawing tools during the seminar because these features are reserved for the presenters and the moderators. If you have any questions during the session, please raise your hand virtually first, and the committee will select participant to speak in turn. And finally, for those of you joining live in this teleconference room, please remain silent, please remain your device muted, and stay quiet and respectful throughout the discussion so we can maintain focus and comfortable environment for everyone. Hadirin yang kami hormati, perlu kami informasikan bahwa seminar ini diadakan dalam format hybrid. Selain kita berkumpul di sini di ruang telekonferensi, sambil terhubung secara daring dengan narasumber dan partisipan melalui online via platform Zoom, kami menyambut dan sangat menghargai partisipasi seluruh partisipan, baik yang online maupun yang live selama seminar. Sebelum kami jelaskan menuju ke acara yang inti pada hari ini, kami akan menjelaskan sedikit peraturan simple, peraturan sederhana untuk seminarnya. Selama sesi berlangsung, mikrofon harus dalam keadaan muted atau non-aktif, kecuali dipersilakan oleh panitia. Kemudian untuk peserta yang ada dalam Zoom Live, pastikan menggunakan virtual background yang disediakan oleh panitia melalui WhatsApp Group. Kemudian bagi partisipan yang hadir live di dalam seminar hari ini, mohon untuk menonaktifkan perangkat suaranya, tetap tenang dan menjaga suara kondusif selama diskusi berlangsung agar semua dapat mengikuti proses dengan nyaman dan tenang. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasamanya. Berharap sesi ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar dan bermakna bagi kita semua. Saya akan remind bahwa seminar akan dimulai dalam waktu 5 menit ke depan. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, be ready because the conference is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers and the Board of Rectorate are entering the teleconference room. Pembicara dan pimpinan Universitas Pamulang memasuki ruang telekonferensi. Peserta seminar internasional yang berbahagia, dimohon berdiri.
Tema mangge bagya mulya lahir batin
santosa.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita sambut pembicara kita hari ini, Profesor Akwarini Priyatna PhD, Haji Lester Junior Lee PhD, dan Dr. Rai Bagus Triadi SSMPD. Berikutnya, marilah kita sambut Rektor Universitas Pamulang, Dr. E. Nurzaman, AMMM MSc, dan diikuti oleh Wakil Rektor 1, 2, 3, dan 4 beserta jajaran Rektorat, Ketua Panitia Seminar, Dekan, dan seluruh tamu undangan. Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali. Ladies and gentlemen, From the teleconference room of Universitas Pamulang, the Faculty of Letters proudly presents
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the dancers. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. The distinguished Chairman of Sasmita Jaya Foundation, Dr. Pranoto SAMM. The distinguished Rector of Universitas Pamulang, Dr. E. Nurzaman, IMMM MSc. The distinguished the Vice Rectors of Universitas Pamulang with the Board of Rectorate. The distinguished the Dean of Faculty of Letters, Ms. Triana SSMA. The distinguished keynote speaker from Universitas Pajajaran Indonesia, Profesor Akwarini Priyatna, PhD. The distinguished speakers from Labuan Research, Innovation and Creativity Society, Laris, Malaysia, Haji Lester Juniorly, PhD. Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Rafael Michael Opas, PhD. English and Linguistics University of Otago, New Zealand, Hunter Hatfield, MA, PhD. Indonesian Faculty of Letters, Universitas Pamulang, Dr. Rai Bagus Triadi, SSMPD. And the honorable guests and participants through Zoom and live in this teleconference room of the 5th International Conference on the 24th of July, 2025. We welcome you to the International Conference. Selamat datang di acara Seminar Internasional Fakultas Sastra Universitas Pamulang. First of all, praise be to God, the Almighty, for His blessing, that we're able to be here together in teleconference room of Universitas Pamulang, having the 5th International Conference entitled Digital Culture and Language Shifts, Understanding the Impact of Deep Learning Technology on Literature and Linguistics Diversity. Today, the 24th of July, 2025, and I'm Diahi Sandriani as the Master of Ceremony. Puji syukur senantiasa kita panjatkan kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena berkat limpahan karunia-Nya, kita dapat berkumpul bersama di ruang telekonferensi ini dalam rangka mengikuti Seminar Internasional Fakultas Sastra yang kelima dengan tema Budaya Digital dan Pergeseran Bahasa, memahami dampak teknologi deep learning terhadap sastra dan keberagaman linguistik. Hari ini, Kamis 24 Juli 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, before going on to the next session, let me read the summary of the program as follows. Opening remark, committee chairperson report, speech, plenary speakers, discussion, and closing. Hadirin yang berbahagia, sebelum acara kita lanjutkan, marilah bersama-sama kita membaca basmalah agar acara kita hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hadirin yang kami hormati, menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya dan Mars Universitas Pamulang. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Honorable attendees, Unpam Mars. Thank you for your wonderful display of national pride. Please feel free to take your seats as we continue with our program. Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali. Selamat datang kepada Bapak Rektor 1, Bapak Ubaid, beserta Bapak Ibu Dekan. Ladies and gentlemen, opening prayer by Kamil Falahi, STHI, MPD. Please welcome Mr. Kamil.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to lead this prayer in Islam, and for other religion or faith, please pray with your own faith. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, all praise be to Allah, the Lord of the universe. Ya Allah, God Almighty, from whom all blessing flow, today you have blessed us together in the international conference at Universitas Pamulang. Enable and guide us to carry out all the activities of the study, and let everyone contribute our best participation for the future education, especially the existence of Universitas Pamulang. Ya Allah, Tuhan penggenggam semesta, dari hati yang terdalam dengan segala kerendahan jiwa kami memohon kepadamu. Iringi langkah kami dengan sinyal ilahi dan ridho-Mu. Bimbing kami dalam mengarungi rimba dunia dengan kepatuhan pada keteraturan semesta. Bukakan hati kami seluas samudra untuk menerima ragam pengetahuan sebagai cahaya terang kehidupan ini. Jadikanlah belajar dan pengabdian ini agar mampu membuka cakrawala rahasia hazanah ilmu-Mu yang maha luas. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, suburkanlah ruang imajinasi dan intuisi kami, karena kami telah berupaya mendekap-Mu agar menembus keterbatasan logika. Ya Allah, Tuhan perawat umat, naungi kami dengan proteksi kekuatan-Mu, menghimpun kesanggupan menerjang ombak pasang realita kehidupan. Ajari kami berlaku adil seperti siklus siang dan malam. Jangan Kau patahkan impian mereka yang menggantungkan harapan hidup pada kami. Suplai kami dengan rasa optimis, penuhi jiwa kami dengan cinta dan sayang-Mu. Ya Allah, ingatkan kami jika kami lupa akan tujuan hidup sejati ini. Ya Allah, ingatkan kami jika kami lupa bahwa hidup penuh pertanggungjawaban, dan ringankan beban hisab kami di hadapan-Mu. Ya Allah, give strength, patience, and wisdom to all lecturers, students, and Sasmita Jaya Foundation, and Unpam community, and everyone involved in this campus to work on their responsibility well. Into your loving hand, the one and the only God, we put our prayers. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih kepada Ustadz Kamil yang telah memimpin doa pada pagi hari ini. Semoga menambah keberkahan dalam acara seminar internasional kita. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. I'd like to welcome to our respected speaker from New Zealand, Hunter Hatfield, PhD, through our online platform, Zoom. Welcome, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the next agenda of this international seminar. Report speech from the Dean Faculty of Letters, Universitas Pamulang. Please welcome Ms. Triana SSMA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rebel Rektor Universitas Pamulang, Dr. E. Nurzaman MSc, Vice Rector 1, Dr. Ubaid Al-Faruq, Vice Rector 2, Dr. Muhammad Wildan, Vice Rector 3, Dr. Damai Surya Anggara, and heads of departments of Universitas Pamulang. We are pleased to introduce our keynote speaker now, Professor Aquarini Priyatna MA, M.Hum, PhD from Universitas Pajajaran. Selamat datang Ibu. Along with our esteemed panelists for this conference, Agnes Lester Junali, BEd TESOL, MEd PhD from Laris, Labuan, Malaysia. Rafael Michael Ovas, PhD from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, join us online. Hunter Hatfall, MA, PhD from Otago University, New Zealand, and join us online. Dr. Ray Bagustriadi, SS MPD from Universitas Pamulang. First and foremost, we express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most merciful, for enabling us to convene today for the 5th International Conference on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching, or ICoLLLiTec, organized by Faculty of Letters, Universitas Pamulang. Welcome to International Conference on Digital Culture and Linguistic Understanding the Impact of Deep Learning Technology and Literature and Language Diversity. Today, the rapid advancement of deep learning, receiving our interaction with information, content creation, and also mutual understanding. And this technology wave have profound implication for our cultures and languages and the very fabric of human expression. And the conference aims to explore these implications to foster dialogue among researchers. And we are happy and very glad here to say that this conference has generated significant interest, and we are pleased to report that we received 90 paper submission from 17 universities. From PUP, Melbourne University, Zhangjiakou University, Universitas Aki Semarang, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Universitas Pajajaran, Universitas Internasional Batam, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, Universitas Timor, Universitas Darussalam Gontor, UHAMKA, and Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and the last, of course, the host is Universitas Pamulang. And the variety and type of these admissions highlight the urgency and the importance of the issues we are tackling. We cannot deny that this seminar is made possible through the support of various parties. Therefore, we would like to extend our gratitude to Yayasan Sasmita Jaya, Bapak Rektor Universitas Pamulang, the Vice Rectors, and the head of English and Indonesian departments, as well as many others whom we cannot mention individually. We also express our deepest appreciation to the committee members who have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this event. We acknowledge that there are still many areas of improvement in the organization of this seminar, including presentation of event, administrative services, and limited facilities. For these, we sincerely apologize. We hope that all participants gain significant benefits from this seminar. Before I end this seminar, speech, I would like to have pantun. Dalam dunia digital berkarya, ilmu dan seni berpadu indah. Teknologi membawa kita bersama, bahasa dan budaya semakin megah. Satu lagi ya. Dari berbagai sudut kita bersatu. Panelis berbagi pemikiran cemerlang. Mari kita gali temukan yang baru. Di konferensi ini ilmu berkembang. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Thank you, Ms. Triana, for your comprehensive report. Your insights have provided us with clarity and the context of valuable. Selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Ketua Yayasan Sasmita Jaya, Bapak Dr. Pranoto. Bapak Ibu hadirin, acara berikutnya marilah kita bersama-sama mendengarkan sambutan dari Ketua Yayasan Sasmita Jaya, Bapak Dr. Pranoto, SEMM. Untuk itu, kami mengundang Bapak Yayasan, Bapak Ketua Yayasan untuk segera mengambil tempat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Cek tes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Cek. Operator ini mic-nya. Help me. Cek tes. Mohon maaf atas tidak nyamanannya, ada masalah teknis. Oke, saya ulangi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Bapak Rektor Universitas Pamulang, yang terhormat Bapak Wakil Rektor, Bapak Dekan dan Bapak Ibu Kaprodi, Bapak Ibu dosen beserta adik-adik mahasiswa yang saya cintai. Selamat pagi semuanya. Salam sejahtera, mudah-mudahan kita dalam kondisi yang sehat ya semua walafiat. Mungkin dalam pidato ini atau sambutan ini akan saya bawakan izin dalam bahasa Inggris. Distinguished keynote speakers, Prof. Akwarini Priyatna, and distinguished keynote speaker also Higgins Lester Junior Lee, Dr. Rai Bagus Triadi, Rafael Michael, and Mr. Hunter Hatfield. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to praise Allah, the Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful for the endless blessing to us all. It is my great pleasure and honor to deliver these opening remarks at the International Conference on Literature, Linguistic, and Language Teaching. This year's theme, Digital Culture and Language Shift, Understanding the Impact of Deep Learning Technology on Literature and Linguistic Diversity, could not be timelier. We are living in an era of unprecedented technological advancement. The rise of deep learning and artificial intelligence is not just changing how we live and how we work. It is fundamentally reshaping how we communicate, how we tell our stories, and how we understand language itself. Let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude and my highest appreciation to the committee for their tireless effort in making this event to become a reality. This conference aims to improve knowledge of student and lecturer by gathering insight from external experts or resources. Besides that, we hope that this event can foster cooperation and collaboration between university in research and publication. I would like to extend a very warm welcome and gratitude to each of our speakers for taking this part in this event. The quality and caliber of speakers are truly outstanding. I also want to thank to all presenters and participants from various universities. I hope you are looking forward to the discussion as much as I am. Ladies and gentlemen, an event of this scale is only possible with a strong institutional vision and support. Here at Universitas Pamulang, that vision is driven by Sasmita Jaya Foundation, which aim to realize an affordable, high-quality education for the community. To achieve that goal, Sasmita Jaya Foundation has provided excellent academic facility for students and lecturers. We have built modern teaching buildings, laboratory, a library, and medical facility to create the best possible learning experience. Alongside this, we ensure the quality of our lecturer through development in academic qualification, competence, and career milestone. The realization of affordable education, we even dare to say inexpensive, is supported by a range of business units under our institution, which include property, manufacture plant, finance, and farming. That business unit also act as a teaching industry or real-life lab for as well as student research site for student and lecturer. In relation to literature, linguistic, and language teaching, the Sasmita Jaya Foundation offer full commitment to address the issue in the community through innovative and creative research. Our foundation also support research in Pamulang University through research grant, so lecturer alongside with the student can collaborate to make solution to answer the problem in society through research. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our greatest hope that this outstanding ICoLLLiTec, we call it, I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong. I hope that this event will continue and further improve, particularly in terms of journal output. We also hope that students will gain a valuable knowledge from the speaker and be inspired to be engaged in collaboration also. Before concluding, I would like to take this opportunity to once again commend the organizer of ICoLLLiTec for. With this, I would like to warmly wish you all fruitful discussion. Mungkin itu pidato saya dalam bahasa Inggris. Mudah-mudahan Bapak Ibu berkenan. Mohon maaf kalau pronunciation-nya salah. No problem ya. Oke. Terima kasih atas sambutannya, atas partisipasinya. Mudah-mudahan adik-adik semua mahasiswa nanti bisa fokus dalam acara ini. Ini kaliber yang dihadirkan dalam acara ini benar-benar kaliber internasional, tolong dimanfaatkan. Nanti adik-adik mahasiswa mudah-mudahan bisa mendapatkan insight ya, pengalaman, dan kalau udah mendapatkan ide atau gambaran, gagasan, langsung segera berkolaborasi. Nah, nanti kolaborasinya bisa dengan Bapak Ibu dosennya. Nah, kalau bisa nanti juga berkolaborasi dengan mitra Bapak Ibu dosen yang dari luar negeri ini. Siapa tahu nanti kita bisa mewujudkan kerjasama internasional. Dan mudah-mudahan kalian juga bisa mendapatkan prestasi internasional sehingga nanti bisa mendukung masa depan kalian nantinya. Itu saja sambutan dari saya. Sekian, mohon maaf atas kekurangannya. Sekian, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Demikian sambutan dari Ketua Yayasan Sasmita Jaya. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih. Bapak Ibu hadirin, sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat datang bagi pembicara kita dari New Zealand, Hunter Hatfield PhD, yang sudah bergabung melalui Zoom online kita. Valued guest, the next is welcoming speech from the Rector of Universitas Pamulang. Please welcome Dr. E. Nur Zaman, AM, MM, MSc.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, assalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Please allow me to speak both in bahasa Indonesia and English. And please also forgive me if I've mistake for my bad English. Yang kami hormati Mas Ketua Yayasan Sasmita Jaya, para wakil rektor, para dekan, para kaprodi, dan seluruh hadirin yang berbahagia. The Honorable the Sasmita Jaya Chairman Foundation, Mr. Dr. Pranoto, Honorable all of the Vice Rector of Unpam or Pamulang University, the Honorable Dean of Literacy Faculty, and the other Dean, and also the Honorable Head of English Department and all the other head department in Unpam, and the honorable speakers, the Honorable Professor Aquarini Prianto, PhD from Universitas Pajajaran Bandung. We know all where is Bandung. The Honorable Hygienist Lester Junior Lee, PhD from Laris, Malaysia, who already here with us, and the Honorable Rafael Michael Paz, PhD from Philippines, from PUP Polytechnic, and the Honorable Derai Bagus Triadi, our colleague from Sastra, Inggris, the Honorable Hunter Hatfield, PhD from New Zealand, and all of the students who are joining the conference. And we have also some university will present their paper. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Pamulang, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to our campus Universitas Pamulang to attend this conference about digital character and language shift with the topic Understanding the Impact of Deep Learning Technology on Literatures and Diversity. We are very happy to have you all here who are currently joining us both in this teleconference room and virtual room to participate in this important conference. By this conference, we could share each other about the experience, knowledge, culture, and point of view related to our topic. The topic of deep learning is now one of the current issues in our country, mainly for the teachers who are teaching at elementary and secondary school level. It is one of the policy of Ministry of Education and Culture. Surely by this conference, we will get great values and closer our friendship. Furthermore, it is very nice for us to support strengthening good friendship between our countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and also New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope this conference will bring great benefit for each part in fostering our academic program to increase our quality of education, mainly on deep learning technology on literature and diversity. Thanks to the speaker for your contribution, also to the committee for your effort and hard working, and all of the students who are participation. Please apologize if any mistaken. Hadirin dan hadirat yang berbahagia, terutama rekan-rekan mahasiswa, ini adalah sebuah opportunity yang sangat baik dalam rangka extended resources untuk melengkapi proses pembelajaran kita. Kita yakin bahwa pembelajaran tidak cukup dibatasi oleh dinding kelas di kampus, tapi kita harus membuka ruang-ruang pembelajaran baru sehingga pendalaman pemahaman, perluasan ilmu, dan juga extended tentang sudut pandang dari berbagai sumber merupakan bagian dari inspirasi dan sumber-sumber belajar dari kita. Oleh karena itu, ikuti ini dengan serius sehingga Anda semuanya bisa memperoleh trigger untuk percepatan masa studi dan Anda bisa meraih langkah-langkah berikut untuk mencapai impian-impian Anda. Kita yakin bahwa pendidikan adalah suatu trigger, suatu instrumen untuk meningkatkan kualitas hidup kita, karena pendidikan juga adalah bagian dari investasi terbaik dibanding investasi yang lain. Saya yakin dan percaya adik-adik mahasiswa bisa mencapai apa yang terbaik bagi dirinya masing-masing dan bagi lingkungan. Sekali lagi terima kasih kepada profesor dari Pajajaran dan juga dari Laris Labuan, bukan Labuan Bajo ya. Labuan itu salah satu negara bagian dari Malaysia, dekat dari negara bagian Sabah. Dan kepada seluruh panitia sekali lagi terima kasih atas segala upaya yang luar biasa sehingga acara dengan segala kelebihan dan kekurangannya bisa terlaksana. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa taala senantiasa bersama kita. With the name of Allah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Officially I open this conference. Terima kasih, mohon maaf. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Rektor, kami mohon untuk tetap di tempat, serta kami mengundang Bapak Ketua Yayasan Sasmita Jaya, Bapak Wakil Rektor, jajaran Rektorat, Ibu Triana, Ketua Panitia dan seluruh pembicara untuk bergabung ke stage guna foto bersama. The distinguished guest will proceed with the photo session and would like to invite our Chairman of Sasmita Jaya Foundation, the Board of Rectorate, Ibu Triana, the honorable speakers, Profesor Aquarini Priyatna, PhD, Haji Lester Junior Lee, PhD, dan Dr. Rai Bagus Triadi, SSMPD, to join on the stage for a special photo session. Please come forward as we capture this memorable together. And for the presenters and participants online in our Zoom, Dr. Rafael, Dr. Hunter Hatfield, and all online participants would like to invite you to turn on your camera. We'll be taking photos from two angles. First shot facing the audience, and the second one will include everyone, so we'll need to block the audience briefly to get a full photo group. Kami akan mengambil foto dari dua sisi. Pertama dari arah yang menghadap penonton secara langsung. Kemudian yang kedua adalah bersama penonton. Nanti kita akan menghadap ke belakang, Bapak Ibu. So, kita akan foto bersama lagi, Bapak Ibu. Mohon Bapak Ibu yang ada di belakang untuk berdiri, untuk mengambil foto bersama, disilakan untuk berdiri, kemudian agak merapat supaya bisa mendapat gambarnya. Seluruh mahasiswa dan seluruh partisipan juga. So, honorable guest, we're here witnessing the photo session as our part of seminar agenda, and hopefully this collaboration give positive impacts for our future. Please feel free to gather around And let's make sure to smile for the camera. Oke, Bapak Ibu disilakan untuk kembali ke tempatnya. So everybody please kindly return to your seats as we continue with our program. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the keynote speaker of this international seminar, Profesor Akwarini Priyatna, PhD from Universitas Pajajaran, Indonesia. It is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for this session. Profesor Akwarini Priyatna, PhD, Dean of Faculty of Cultural Sciences at Universitas Pajajaran, is a distinguished scholar in gender and cultural studies. She holds degrees from Universitas Pajajaran, Lancaster University, UK, Universitas Indonesia, and earned her PhD from Monash University, Australia. Her academic journey has been supported by prestigious scholarships, including the British Chevening Award, the Australian Development Scholarship, and various national and international research grants. Professor Akwarini has authored numerous books on gender, culture, and women's roles, and her research has been widely published in reputable international journals. She also served as a visiting professor and led collaborative projects across Asia, focusing on feminist cultural studies, environmental advocacy, and the media representation of women. As a leading voice in her field, she continues to contribute to academic discourse both in Indonesia and globally. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, please welcome Professor Akwarini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Wei Dei Dong Tian. Yang saya hormati, the Honorable Rector of Pamulang University, Dr. E. Nur Zaman, and all Vice Rectors, the Honorable Chairman of Sasmita Foundation, Dr. Pranoto, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Letters, Ibu Triana, and all students and participants. distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and respected participants. It is an honor for me to be here. I'm deeply grateful to be invited to this important conference, and frankly speaking, when I came to this university, I felt in awe because this is a very, like when you say you have excellent educational facilities, and I hope students know that it is a privilege, you know. Not all universities have this kind of buildings. You should be grateful. In fact, you see, I'm almost crying because I have been to different universities, and I'm deeply amazed at how this university and the Yayasan Sasmita Jaya have been striving for people. Ya, saya disebutnya biasanya dosen killer, tapi sebetulnya saya agak cengeng. Jadi yang gini-gini makes me want to cry. So anyway, shall we start with my presentation, please? So that's my title. I make it a bit simple. My title is simply How Digital Culture Reshapes Literature and Gender Dynamics. As has been mentioned, I'm a gender scholar. I'm interested in cultural studies, and I'm also, my professorship is actually in literature and gender studies. So I am working around those areas. Next, please. So why do we want to talk about that? First of all, when Ibu Ratna contacted me to talk in this conference about something digital in relation to my interest in literature and cultural studies, I was a bit unsure for some times. But then I think about also my students who are your age, mostly your age. Some are much older than you, by the way. So how literature evolves in digital culture. First of all, digital culture has transformed how literature is produced, disseminated, and consumed. Decades ago, centuries ago, literature can only be published in a certain way. It has been curated. It was curated in a certain way. Not all people can access literature, and literature were mostly managed by male scholars. There was a short story written by A.S. Bayet that says, the title of the short story is The Day the Day E.M. Forster Died. E.M. Forster is like the prophet of English literature, and he was the one who said, this one is good book, this one is not good book, this one is bad literature. So he was the kind of God. And then women, when they wrote, they remember how E.M. Forster would marginalize women's writings, women's ideas, and so women had to write using male names, for example, to be published. So E.S. Bayet then wrote about how she could not write until one day she came out of the house, and so this newspaper, and in the English time at the time, so E.M. Forster died, E.M. Forster died. So that day when she knew that E.M. Forster died, she could start writing. So that's how literature worked at that time. Even in Indonesia, we have that kind of gods that actually say, this one is good, this one is bad. If you take a look at Encyclopedia Sastra Indonesia, you will see around 237 authors, only 37 women got included into that. But what happened in digital culture is that now people can have access to both produce, disseminate, and consume. When I was in junior high school, my father, who taught me a lot of things, he gave me Bumi Manusia. Not a book for a young girl in junior high school, but my father gave me that. So I had an access to that. My friends did not have access to that. What happened to you now, you just type it and you can just access it. This is something. So yes, there is a change in the production, in dissemination, and the pattern of consumption of our literature. So another thing is that transition from print to digital. So years ago, not long ago actually, just decades ago, when you read a book, it's always a printed book. Now when I say I'm reading a book, it might not be in the form of printed book. So the way we consume the books may also change. Years ago, when I have to travel for academic works, I have to take all the necessary journal articles that I need. Now everything is in my laptop. I have around like maybe 3,000 books here, and I don't know how many thousands journal articles here. And I can read everything, like I taking my library wherever I go. So we then change the habit and preferences. And in UNPAD, we want to have a greener environment. We are striving to have less and less printed materials for skripsi, for thesis, for dissertation. Well, some older generation were not used to it. And they say, nggak bisa baca kalau nggak dicetak. Saya bisa, Allah bisa karena biasa. Coba 3 kali mungkin pusing. Yang 4 kali, then you'll get used to it. So the habit needs to change because environments needs us to make the changes. The facility is there, the technology is there, so make sure we use it. Yes, I understand I'm still also printing things because there are also other things that digital work has limitation. You cannot put, like when I'm doing my research, I will put all these things on the floor, and digital technology cannot do that. Yeah, but use it wisely. So then, another thing is, because it is digital, there is an increase of readership, broader trend towards digital consumption. Because it's easier to consume through digital technology, more people are supposed to be able to access that. So people will read. So I don't know, like maybe you are not known yet, but if you post something in Facebook or Instagram or in TikTok, people read you and you don't know them. So before, when you write your journal, for example, your diary, your mother would steal that diary and read it, so you have only one readership. But if you write your journal in Facebook, then hundreds of people will be able to do it. In digital space, then not only we produce and consume as something different, but when we produce, we get somebody consuming our production, and then there is interaction. So somebody may comment. Somebody then may comment about it, and you think about it, oh, maybe I should change based on the comment. So more interactive and collaborative features in the consumption of literature, like the simple thing, I like GDoc, for example. So you don't have to go to campus. You send your GDoc, your pembimbing will be able to make comments, other pembimbing will make comment, maybe your pembimbing will fight against each other because they don't agree with each other, and then everything is in digital. So more reactive, more interaction, more collaborative features. So at the same time, this is what I said, if that happens, there is a blurring boundaries between production and consumption, because when we produce, we also consume the feedback, and those things get together. That's when collaboration and interaction come, and that digital culture enables that to happen. So in that case, what we knew, like when I was studying, when I was your age, that's decades ago, I'm not going to tell you when, but at that time, everything has to be photocopied,
or we buy the original, and a student, not really something I could afford. So now diverse genre of literature are made possible because we are doing it online. So blogs, for example, well, I'm going to discuss only blogs in this particular speech because, well, I'm also in a way a blogger. I used to try blog, but I will tell you later why not. And then we have chat-based narratives and other collaborative platforms. Now, another thing is that you can also self-publish. Years ago, if you watch The Proposal, anyone watch The Proposal, Sandra Bullock and Ryan Reynolds? There's a publishing company, and for somebody to get published, it took them years and years and years, a lot of desks that need to be passed. But now, when you want to publish, you just type, go to Canva, make it a book, and then you self-publish it. It's easy. On one hand, it is an opportunity. On the other, it's a risk, because there is no control. There is no review, and it could be a plagiarized work or the magic of AI. So now I mentioned a little bit about risk. Now I'm going to talk about both the potential and risk in digital culture, because not everything that is good is all good. Just like not everything is bad is all bad. So digital culture enables us to do a lot of things. It opens doors and potentiality and opportunities for different things. Like you don't have a lot. You don't need to have 200,000 to buy a book, because you need just a quota, for example, and then you can buy like untuk 25.000 dapat 1 giga misalnya, 1 giga you can translate that into I don't know how many books, depends on your provider, yeah. So if your provider is fast, maybe you can have 10 books with 25,000, but the books now are 200,000. Oh, okay, then another thing is that, of course, some people are still very much fanatic about the feel of the book, you know. You see the difference between reading an iPad and reading books, the printed books. And so, yeah, people will have to negotiate the pleasure. So the practicality, digital is practical. The sensation, maybe the books, the printed books, are more pleasurable. So now I'm talking about how that potential and risk are gendered. That when I say gendered, that means the potential and the risk are attributed to one gender. Most like I said, digital cultures enables women to participate in literary production. They can write blogs, they can write long stories in Facebook, not necessarily blogs, but your Facebook can be your story. I mean, I used to be an avid user of Facebook. I stopped in 2017, and there is a reason why I stopped doing digital work. But yeah, if you want, you can. If you're curious, you can still. The Facebook is still there up to 2017. So digital culture enables access for women to participate, and then the discussion in the digital space can enhance also critical literacy, because people can talk about it with each other, and people can explore how we read things like, for example, what is the website, saya lupa namanya, where people posting what they read and talk about it, and people comment. So critical thinking and critical criticism. What? Ada Quora pertanyaan. Ada yang buku aja saya lupa namanya ya. Yeah, okay. Whatever, but you know what I mean. We know that we share what we read, and we got interaction with other people, and we kind of see different things from different people. So readers can explore social identities through reading that, including gender, while analyzing power dynamics within text. For example, if you read a text about how my article in Journal of International Women's Studies talk about romance in Indonesia, that actually naturalizing and romanticizing violence, for example, in the work of Indonesian romance. For example, let's say how the male characters kind of control the girlfriend, and the girlfriend says, oh, my boyfriend loves me very much, and that's why he doesn't want me to play with other people or to go with other people. That's naturalizing violence. That's romanticizing violence. And some people do not actually see it. They see it as a romantic novel. As a feminist, I see it as a very violent novel. Okay, so discussion like that is necessary. And discussion requires us to be humble, because when you are discussing online, and that's going to be the risk, is you get vulnerable. If you make a comment in digital platform, you are vulnerable to other people's reading. So you are reading something and you protest, and then some people might read your comment and they protest against you. So there is a risk there also. And for women, the risk can be higher. And I'm going to talk about it in some other keynote speech, actually, how women and feminists do not want to have online discussion openly because they have to be vulnerable. They get exposed to violence and bullying. So, as I said, there is a lot of potentiality in digital culture, and there is a lot of risk actually at stake. But still, I want to see how digital culture work as a space. Not this one. Yang sebelumnya mungkin. Yang sebelumnya, halamannya. Yang digital culture as space for, ya itu. Okay, so there is direct engagement. So that means there is a so people say digital space is democratic. Yeah, in a way. Anyone can participate in digital space. But at the same time, it is not democratic because not everybody can have access to that. For example, people who use more sophisticated laptop can access data much faster than those who are using less sophisticated laptop. That one. Already there is a division. So yeah, digital culture seems to be a potential for everybody, but no. And then there's a problem. If English is the language used mostly in the internet, then those who do not access to English is effectively marginalized. So what I'm saying is that to gain access, you have to upgrade in a way. Just like, so to be able to have a discussion through online, this needs to be taken into account. So basically, what I'm also saying that because it is no longer in digital culture, it's no longer clear the boundaries between the producer and the consumers, and who's got the power, who doesn't have the power. There is a possibility for resistance there, because if you don't know me and I'm commenting you, like you don't know that I'm this professor, blah, 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 blah. You only know that I put just my name, for example, I just put my name, I don't know, Atwin, for example, and you don't know that Atwin is a professor, you could openly fight against me in digital culture because my identity is not revealed. So everybody seems to be equal. Yeah? So there's something. So in that sense, digital tools and platform can empower diverse voices. Those who are marginalized, those who do not speak, for example, in the classroom, because I look like this and I can be very, very blunt, for example, you wouldn't be able to speak against me in the classroom. But once I am in a digital space, your identity is protected, my identity is hidden, so we can have, your voice can be conveyed. So enabling a broader range of authors. So this helps us to actually think about the power dynamics that is being negotiated through digital platform. So this is an example. Ya, sekarang yang Babu ngeblog. Okay, this is an example. This is quite old, actually. She stopped blogging in 2017. But this is also what I'm trying to tell you, how blogging is a digital culture and gender literary activism. You see, I have put a lot of adjectives there. Digital, cultural, gender, literary activism. All these things in just one blog. So what she's doing, she's a migrant worker. She's working as a domestic worker. And she's writing in blogs. She's a migrant worker in Hong Kong at that time. Her name is Sri Lestari. And she said she is not so ordinary Babu with not so ordinary thought. So already she claimed her identity. Well, yes, I'm a domestic worker, but I'm not just an ordinary domestic worker. I have brain. I can write. I can tell you information. And this is something empowering, that class division can be bridged and negotiated and transcended through the act of writing. The act of writing is a powerful tool. You write. In my book, Kajian Budaya Feminis, some of you might have read it or not. In one section, I wrote, saya marah karena itu saya menulis. So rather than saying, I think, therefore I am, I'm angry, therefore I write. So writing is a powerful tool. You need to be able to write, to have access to people's mind. So what Babu Ngeblog is doing is, first, she is resisting the normative idea about what it means to be a woman, that she is weak, she's supposed to be beautiful, and things like that. And because she comes from a lower class, she's not supposed to be very smart. But she proved it wrong. So that one. It transforms literary practices. Creation and interpretation become shared, because I will show you later how she writes. Next, please. This is her writing, for example. Yang ini ditandai sebagai celotehan, which means something more like a very casual essay. But in gender study, celotehan, curhat are something important. Curhat, I wrote in my article in Asian Journal of Women Studies, curhat as a method. So I was asked, what is the method for your research? I said, it is curhat, or pouring of the heart. That's the method I use. So curhat, celotehan, gossiping are method. When people ask me, what scholar are you? And I will say, I gossip for academic purposes. I do gossip a lot, and I find gossiping is a way to produce and to consume knowledge. So kalau bilang gibah itu salah, well, you gibah for academic purposes, because the way gossiping works is the same as the academic works. So, for example, you see two people together and then say, are they having an affair, or remember Coldplay? Are they having an affair, or are they just friends, or just big intimate? And then I would say, oh, kata Pak Ustadz, mereka sebutnya temenan. Karena Pak Ustadz bisa dipercaya, so kita mengutip karena sumbernya jelas. Ini juga dalam hadis ya sama kan. Kalau sumbernya jelas, dimasukkan. Kalau ada orang yang tukang bohong, nggak boleh masuk juga. Sama-sama di kutipan. And we cannot quote something we don't know unless we get it from somebody who knows. So celotehan in this case is a kind of scholarly work because it takes a lot of reflection and it produces knowledge. Terima kasih Pak Dr. Pranto. Jadi celotehan in gender studies, in women studies is an important method. So jangan menganggap itu remeh. So yang dilakukan adalah, oh sebentar, ini yang aku dilecehkan ya. Oke, yang aku dilecehkan itu dia sebutnya celotehan. Dan dia menceritakan how she was being harassed in the public transportation. So her posting creates a lot of comments. And that comments become interaction and is an empowering activism. Jadi tampak sederhana, but it can be very powerful. Dan dia melakukan itu. Dan dia genre-nya berbeda, tadi saya bilang genre-nya berbeda karena ada aku diperkosa. Dan pembacanya semua kaget karena takutnya dia diperkosa. Dan cara dia menulis beberapa waktu yang lalu, aku diperkosa, which is a very strong sentence. Because victims of violence will not be able to say that. So for Sri Lestari to write something like that, beberapa waktu yang lalu aku diperkosa, that's a very bold statement. Because she doesn't hide, she doesn't feel ashamed, she feels it's not her fault that she was raped, it's somebody else's fault. The rapist is, dan semua kaget ternyata itu fiksi. Tapi the effect is the same. It is also gendered cultural activism because then they've got comment and interaction. And so her cerpen does not need Gramedia Pustaka Utama, does not need to have the publishing houses. She published it, she gets consumed, she gets reaction, and she can go on. Then she can move. So these are example. But also boleh dikembalikan ke yang oh no aku dilecehkan. Nah yang ini kalau lihat juga bagaimana our society is still very much patriarchal if not misogynist. Ini yang balas banyaknya laki-laki. Terus ngomongnya kalimat pembukamu kui lo yu ngarai aku yo pingin melakukan hal yang sama. Ini kan wedan. Nah, jadi si digital space ini menunjukkan the culture that we are in. The cultural activism, the gendered cultural activism, the feminist cultural activism is still a long way to go. Kalau orang udah cerita dilecehkan terus dia bilang, kok saya juga jadi pengen dia melecehkan. That's just, it's not strange, just simply ignorant, stupid, patriarchal, and misogynist. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. But look at this, how the protest, how the comment here in aku diperkosa, can you please go on to aku diperkosa? Nah ini, yang ini lebih banyak komentar, ternyata bukan, ternyata cerpen. Tapi ada yang langsung bicara, ini like also literary criticism. Beberapa waktu yang lalu aku diperkosa, awalan yang baik untuk menarik perhatian. But there is already literary criticism in just small space of time. So next please. Now we talk about, saya nggak tahu berapa menit lagi, tolong kabari saya. 5 menit lagi. So yang mau saya bicarakan sekarang, yang ini juga blog, ini masih jalan sampai sekarang, mulai dari 2013, Sarah Ahmed. Dan kebetulan Sarah Ahmed itu dosen saya waktu saya di Lancaster ya. Jadi I know her. Sarah Ahmed itu bikin blog Feminist Killjoy. Killjoy itu kalau bahasa Inggris juga disebutnya party pooper. Misalnya kalau di WA group yang laki-laki suka, ini ada penelitian, jadi saya nggak akan ngomong yang enggak ya. Di penelitian mahasiswa saya udah jadi dokter sekarang, boys will be boys talking about gender masculinities in WA group of cyclists in Bandung. Jadi cyclist in Bandung itu kalau mau janjian, nanti ketemu di tikum itu ya, terus gambarnya tuh gambar perempuan pakai bikini gitu. Padahal semua satu kelompoknya laki-laki. Saya sudah di sini ya gitu. Terus nggak ngerti kenapa gambarnya perempuan pakai bikini. So nanti kalau ada yang protes, jangan gitulah gitu. Nah itu sebutnya feminist killjoy. Nah tapi feminist killjoy is necessary. Kalau ada orang melakukan pelecehan yang buat dia fun-fun saja, somebody has to say that's wrong. Makanya feminist killjoy adalah critical discourse yang diajukan oleh Sarah Ahmed. If we want to make changes, we have to take the risk of being killjoy. Saya tuh berapa kali dikeluarkan dari grup karena teman SMP, like teman SMP are constantly stupid sampai mereka tua ya. Jadi, so I would just say, they do something like that. Saya bilang, grow up man. Like, kenapa mesti ngomong kayak gitu? And then they will just, mereka protes, saya dikeluarkan. Yeah, but I don't care. So because feminist killjoy is necessary. Nah kalau Sarah Ahmed itu jelas-jelas menggunakan blognya untuk academic activism dan literature meet. Sarah Ahmed itu profesor di Goldsmiths University. Dia berhenti dari Goldsmiths sebagai profesor di tahun 2016 karena Goldsmiths University itu melindungi satu profesor yang melakukan pelecehan seksual. So jadi dia berhenti, jadi dia sekarang dia bilang I'm a feminist killjoy. It is what I do. I think it's my philosophy and my politics. I'm now working as an independent feminist scholar and writer. So banyak sekali saya nggak tahu mulai dari mana. But ini tuh next please. Biar saya cepat. Nah yang ini menunjukkan satu, dia menggunakan yang ban it happy multiculturalism itu seperti ngobrol. Pada saat yang sama this is academic work. Yang pinggirnya define woman and other patriarchal instruction. It's a poem. Dan dia jadi satu blog itu isinya macam-macam, ada essay, ada short story, ada narratives, ada ada story dan ada poem. Saya nggak mau baca karena takut ngeganggu orang. Because this is very very hardcore feminist ya. A woman have a vagina, a man has a penis. A woman does not have a penis. A woman is an adult human, female. A woman is a woman and a man is a man. That's just common sense. What the fuck, gitu ya? Itu kata dia. Oke, saya akan hilangkan. Tapi what saya bilang adalah the genre can be anything in blog, and that's something that we can actually explore. Nah, saya akan tutup dengan begini aja. So, reflectionnya begini. Satu, there is a need for enhancing critical thinking in literature, teaching in the academia. So dosennya harus juga equip with that. Jadi jangan, kan dia nggak ada di di ensiklopedia sastra, berarti dia bukan sastrawan. No, Laila Kudori tidak ada di ensiklopedia itu, aneh kan? Jadi dosennya nggak siap. There is a need for more gender-sensitive curriculum to engender more inclusive academic environment so that people can see, students can see. And there is a need for upgrading educators both in terms of the technology, karena banyak dosen yang nggak mau tahu teknologi, jadi susah. Padahal teori udah kemana-mana, nanti ditanya, misalnya sekolah S3, penelitian terdahulu cuma 4, kenapa? Karena yang ini yang paling baru. No, saya klik 33.000 ya. Dengan satu klik sambil ngobrol itu 33.000 references. Nanti kalau orangnya yang tidak update, itu cuman ini yang saya temukan. Ini adalah penelitian saya yang belum ada dilakukan oleh orang lain, saya pasti langsung murka misalnya ya. Karena saya masuk 33.000. So there is a need for gender inclusion and in academia to ensure gender sensitive practices in all aspects of education. Jadi saya senang karena ibu dekannya perempuan, harus ada semacam gender equality karena there is a difference how we see things, because we are the same but at the same time we are different. Begitu saja barangkali semuanya. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give round of applause for our presenters. Thank you, Prof, for the insightful presentation. We kindly invite you to be seated on the sofa provided. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Akwarini won't be alone in this discussion. She will be... Oke, terima kasih Bapak Rektor. Bapak Rektor beserta Bapak Wakil Rektor harus meninggalkan ruangan karena ada agenda berikutnya, Bapak Ibu dan participants. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Akwarini won't be alone during this session, and she'll be accompanied by Dr. Geni Kurniati M. throughout the discussion. It's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Geni. She is a respected lecturer in English Literature Department, Universitas Pamulang, and a seasoned tutor with over 13 years of experience in academic and business communication. Throughout her career, she has worked with a wide range of students and professionals at leading institutions, helping her sharpen her language skills for high-impact presentations, polished reports, and effective academic writing. With a deep understanding of cross-cultural dynamics, she has guided learners in navigating diverse professional and academic environments with ease and credibility. Her insightful perspectives and engaging style make her the perfect choice to lead our conversation today. How is it, Ms. Geni? Are you ready for it?
Sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, please welcome Ms. Geni.
Okay, good morning, Professor. I think first I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. I think first to begin, I would like to talk on behalf of the committee that we are here. It's my great pleasure to have you all here, not only those who are here in person, but also those who join virtually. We'll have the question and answer session, so you are welcome. Professor Akwarini, it's both an honor and privilege to have you here to talk about this insightful topic, right? And to me, the examples you shared, that's really incredibly, actually, remarkably thought-provoking. You shared about this Babunga blog, you shared about the feminist killjoy, and even the Coldplay concert. Okay. And you talk a little bit about your own experience. And I think those examples not only brought the concepts to life, but also highlighted the global and national, even in our own personal life, relevance and its practical applications of the concept, which is about the gender, race, and potential. And I think let's just move on to the question and answer session. Well, how do you want us to address you? I think it's always feel closer to call you Professor Atwin. Okay. Professor Akwarini we used to call Professor Atwin. So I would like to have the first question and answer session. I think the first 3 questions. Maybe the first question, I would like to invite anyone here in this room to ask. So would you like to take it one by one, Prof, or together? Okay, so I would like to have the first 3 questions. Okay, right, from here.
Can, Mr. Nudin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum, Professor Akwarini. Wow, interesting. I like it. I like this first, what is it called? Powerful speech. And anyway, hail woman movement. I like it. Okay, based on your material, I really like. I'm interesting, but because of the time, I'm curious. Want to know about that? Why you quit? What is it called? Why you quit online publishing? Since you know what, I'm interesting to open my interrupted desire. Actually, I'm journalism. I'm living in journalism, musical actually. But now on, I'm quit, and then since my interruption, I really want to do it again. But today, you make me wondering why you quit. Come on. It's really interesting, just that one. Anyway, I'm Irma Lida from English Literature, semester 4. Now on semester 4, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Querini.
Okay, thank you. For the second question, okay, we'll have the second question from Zoom. Can we see it here? Okay, so it's better for you to answer that question directly while we're waiting for the online one, Prof.
Okay, why I quit Facebook? I told about risk that I did not elaborate further. I posted quite intensively, and I protested about so many things, including one particular mayor of Bandung, if you know what I mean. I had a fight with him because he's a misogynist, patriarchal person. He posted something like, Bandung, alhamdulillah Bandung sudah punya kerjasama dengan New Zealand. I think one of you from New Zealand. Satu jomblo Bandung diteker dua sapi New Zealand. So if you have a mayor like that, you would want to fight. Or mari kita beres-beres Bandung, laki-laki kerja, mamah muda siapkan makan saja. So I hated that person, and I think you can guess who. So I fought a lot, and so in that sense I got a lot of followers and people who agreed with me. But then I got tired because every time there was a problem they would tag me, and so I have a lot of tags. And then sometimes I just don't want to be a feminist. Sometimes I just want to be like having my life. So I got tired of that. And the last straw was, if you remember, there was a case of two men who is from Arabic descent, who was brothers, and the brothers was holding the brother because they haven't. And then a woman actually filmed it and said as gay. And it turned out they're actually brothers. And they are actually the students of my friends who was a lecturer in University of Western Australia. And then so she asked me to help clarify that they are brothers, they're not gay partners. She didn't say it herself because she didn't have the followers, so I did that. According to, this is an information from my colleague in University of Western Australia. And then I got a lot of comments. I got a lot of requests for interviews from different medias. I do not know the situation. I was just helping my friend. So I said, enough. Like, I have a lot other things to do. So I stopped in 2017. That's the risk, because the moment you put yourself online, you became vulnerable. You get exposed. And so I said, it might not be worth it. So I want my peace back. I want to live more productively. I still have my Instagram. I have 2 accounts. One is supposed to be private, one is supposed to be public. I don't have the energy to do that now. But yeah, it's still there, but I don't have the energy to update it. But I think it's a good example how it can be potential, but it can also be risky. So, yeah.
If I may comment, Prof. Yes. If I may comment, I think since you quit your digital creation, production, I'm one of those bunches of fans of you who felt disappointed because, you know, like those are your raw and fruitful thoughts. So yeah, okay, right.
And I've put a lot of reflection about how oppressed I am as a mother. I don't see how being a mother as this sacred, like holy roles, because I am oppressed by my sons, for example. In my Facebook, I talk about reality of being a mother. So, ibu harus selalu pengasih, penyayang, all those things. Hey, mothers are human too. They get tired too, and children are not necessarily nice all the time. They can be like a pain in you know what.
Okay, no wonder then. Thank you so much, Prof. And now I think I would like to invite the second question again from this room. Actually, the second and the last question. Okay, from online one. Let me see. We have Nabila Sauma Lutfia, so you can just ask your question to Professor Atwin.
You're still muted.
Can you hear us? It's on, yes.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to say thank you, and this is my question. How can linguistic communities, particularly in professional or academic settings, respond to the figure of the feminist killjoy without resorting to discourses of emotional invalidation or tone policing, especially when women raise concerns about unsolicited, flirty, or sexual remarks? So I have this so-called personal experience, in my own experience, reporting a booty call, like a booty call-like interaction was framed as being overly sensitive, ruining the fun rather than being heard as a legitimate boundary. So people have their own boundaries, right? But we report this some kind of booty call infraction, but framed as being overly sensitive. How does this reflect on the linguistic norms around affected labor, politeness, and expected female warmth? Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm not going to go into detail with the linguistic theories. I'm going to talk about that something like Sarah Ahmed says, no words actually, or any word can be feminist killjoy. But what I'm saying is that feminist killjoy is an activism in everyday life, and it might or it might not involve verbal expression. Yeah, in certain areas we don't have that. I mean, certain situation you don't have that. But what I'm saying is that feminist killjoy can be manifested in different ways. You do not always have to confront. If you are not strong enough, you need to know that confronting frontally may be dangerous to you. This is something we have to also know. But what Sarah Ahmed is also saying, if patriarchy and misogyny on all those sexist practices are considered to be normal and norms, and you cannot easily and instantly tear the building down, the wall down, what you can do is what she said, you're scratching the wall. That means the wall that used to be so big and dignified, you scratch it, you deface the wall. So the wall become crumbling. That's what, so every day is activism. So the WA group that I told you about, the cyclists in Bandung, over 4 years of the research, my student reported that practices are decreasing. Because then one by one, and it started with a man who said, that is wrong, you don't do that. And then other people started to stop doing that. What I'm also assuming is that men are encouraged to do that because they want to show their masculinity. So what I'm saying also, by scratching the wall, by doing everyday activism, is that we are redefining what it means to be a man. Maybe that's very much of a man who said, stop it. that does not reflect what being a man means. So I think that's what I'm saying. So every day is an activism, every day. But again, this is last note. Sarah Ahmed also told me there was once when I was in Lancaster, I got very tired because all the time I have to think in feminist world, feminist ideal, blah, blah, blah. It gets tired. And I say, do I have the endurance to be a feminist? Because I fight a lot of people in every day. Like I watch movies with my friends and say, oh, stupid girl, why did you let him do that to you? I cannot watch romance movies, and I got tired, and I talked to Sarah, do I have the endurance to be a feminist if being a feminist means I get tired all the time? And he said, you don't have to be a feminist 24/7. So if you want to meet like I do, when I want to meet my friends, SMA friends who are also stupidly constant, I go with them, talk to them as stupid person. I just switch off the mass feminine mind and I say, oh, just be with them. But then that's also necessary because otherwise we have to fight all the time. Sometimes you just don't want to be strong all the time. So weekends, I don't want to think. My husband said, do you want to go? No, I don't. You think. I don't want to think. I've been thinking for 6 days. This day, you take decision. And I think that's also necessary. The balancing is necessary. So being a feminist doesn't mean you have to be strong all the time because it's tiring. But at the same time, you have to be critical as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Unfortunately, we have limited time, so I would like to conclude the question and answer session. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this inspiring presentation, I would like to take a moment for saying thank you so much, Professor Aquarini. You shared the examples, real-world examples, and the knowledge, and these global perspectives, which I believe have remarkably enriched our knowledge and also spark the important discussions for days ahead. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you all to join me in giving another warm round of applause for Professor Aquarini Priyatna, PhD. Thank you so much, Prof. All right, with that being said, that's all for our first keynote session. Thank you so much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Geni. So everyone, please give round of applause. All right, actually, I would like to ask Ms. Geni and Professor Aquarini to stay on the stage because I would like to invite Ibu Triana to give a token of appreciation and certificate to our keynote speaker today. Everybody, please give round of applause. Satu lagi. Thank you so much. All right. Honorable attendees, the next speaker in this international seminar is Haji Lester Junior Lee, PhD from Laris, Malaysia, and the moderator will be Ms. Dwi Rahayu, SPD, M. Applied Linguistics. It is a great respect and appreciation that I introduce our moderator for this session, Ms. Dwi. She is an applied linguist who began her language education at the State University of Jakarta and furthered her study at the Faculty of Arts, University of Melbourne. Her expertise covers a broad spectrum of language education, including TESOL, academic writing, bilingualism and multilingualism, discourse analysis, and transcultural communication. She also brings specialized knowledge in language acquisition and the role of technology in language learning. With this rich academic background and multidisciplinary approach, she offers valuable insights into the evolving landscape of language and communication. Well, Miss Dwi, are you ready for it? All right, well, without any further ado, please welcome Miss Dwi.
Okay, it's working. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dwi. I'll be moderating our second session. It's the plenary speaker. And we have with us Mr. Hyginus Lester Junior Lee, okay, BEd, MEd, PhD. He's a leading expert in the ALT who'll be sharing insights on the topic ALT classroom action research, its practice, opportunities, and challenges. Well, Mr. Lee received his bachelor degree from the Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand, and a Master of Education from the University Utara, Malaysia, and PhD from the University of Malaysia, Sabah. And now, he has received, I think, numerous tons of achievements and rewards as the long CV that he sent to me. But recently, he received Anugerah Pegawai Pembimbing PDPC Terbaik Program Open Classroom. That's just one of the tons of achievements. And Mr. Lee is also the inventor, the founder of LARIS. LARIS is Labuan Research Innovation and Activity Society that has, of course, become our partner in developing knowledge. And he's now serving as the School Improvement Specialist Coach, DG48, right? Mr. Lester, at Labuan Education Department. So yeah, without further ado, let's warmly welcome our Mr. Lester Lee to begin the presentation. Mr. Lester, please give applause for Mr. Lester. Yes, yes.
Good morning everyone, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera. Thank you once again to Universitas Pamulang for inviting me to this conference. So I think I've been here with Umpam for 5 times since 2012. So it has been 13 years being with Umpam. So Umpam is near to my heart. All right, so the title is ELT Classroom Action Research, its practice, opportunities, and challenges. Why ELT Classroom Action Research is because I work as a school improvement specialist coach. So what do? I coach teachers, in-service teachers, So we go down to schools, we coach teachers, we do mentoring with teachers. We help teachers in 3 aspects, namely the curriculum, pedagogy, and also assessment. So my area expertise would be on the English language. So I'll be coaching them in these 3 areas. And basically what our aim is to improve the quality of teaching, all right, among teachers, okay, for the quality of pedagogy, for example, in class, and also for our pupils in school. All right, so as you can see, the overview first. Can we look at the next slide? Next slide. Yes. Okay. So the overview, first of all, it's an introduction to the Federal Territory of Labuan. So Federal Territory of Labuan, as mentioned, is not Labuan Bajo, which is in Indonesia. Okay, Labuan is an island in Malaysia, so it's north of Kalimantan. Okay, so it's north of Kalimantan, so it's Kepulauan Borneo. And Federal Territory, why is it called Federal Territory? Because it's under Pusat. So we are one of the special, for example, in Indonesia you have provinces, but there we have negeri. Okay, all right. Then the second, I'll introduce to you how English is taught in Malaysia, and I'll dwell into classroom action research. And also there's one research that we have recently conducted, knowledge and understanding of conducting action research among middle leaders in the Federal Territory of Labuan. And we will see, because it's a conference on technology, a conference on AI, so I'll put some samples and prompts of Copilot, ChatGPT, and also from Gemini. All right, next slide. So, as you can see, Labuan is an island. So Labuan is an island, a small island, about 90 kilometers square. Okay, it's the north of Kalimantan. So in Malaysia, which is Malaysia, we have there are 2 in green. So Malaysia, as you all probably aware of, Kuala Lumpur is the capital city of Malaysia. Okay, and we come from the other side of Malaysia, which is the East Malaysia. Okay, so we have Sabah, Sarawak, and Labuan. So within that island of Borneo, okay, there are 3 countries. So you have Indonesia, which is Kalimantan. Then we have Malaysia, and also you have Brunei Darussalam. So there are 3 countries in one island. Okay, next. So Labuan is around approximately 92 square kilometers. Okay, and there are 5 islands. Okay, there are islands. We have Pulau Labuan, we have Kuraman, we have Daat, Rusukan Besar, Rusukan Kecil. Pulau Papan is the nearest to us, and Pulau Burong. Okay, so these are the smaller islands in Labuan, surrounding Labuan. All right, next. Okay, so this is our administrative building and also a shopping mall in Labuan. So basically I'm giving you an overview where is Labuan, otherwise you'll be confused with Labuan Bajo again. Okay, so basically this is Labuan, so this is our financial center. Next. Okay, so this is an overview, this is the town of Labuan. Next. Alright, so Labuan, this is how Labuan looks like. Alright, so now into the second slot would be talking about English in Malaysia. Okay, so English, we start teaching English since preschool. Okay, so preschool, when we talk about teaching English in preschool, English is only taught for 60 minutes. Okay, at preschool level, it's only 60 minutes, meaning it's 1 hour. But the teachers are not English majors. Okay, they are general. So it depends. There's a curriculum for teaching English, but only that the teachers are not English majors. All right, next slide. All right, now, the Ministry of Education and Cambridge University both have fostered to enable the development of a curriculum. Okay, it's called the Standard-Based English Language Curriculum. So it's not actually has, it's actually have fostered. Okay, so now as we can see here, for primary level, so primary we call it you have year 1 to year 6, okay, and then secondary we have form 1 to form 5. So for primary, year 1, okay, if we look at the CFR scale, year 1 it should be working towards A1. Okay, that's our standard, that's our benchmark. Followed by A1 low, A1 mid, A1 high, and when they are in year 5, it's A2 low, A2 mid. And secondary, when they are in form 1 at the age of 13, okay, so it's revised A2, A2 high, B1 low, B1 mid, B1 high. So when they've completed their secondary education, okay, so when they've completed the secondary education, we expect students to be at B1 high, okay, at B1 high. So that's our aspiration. Okay, next. All right, now, then we look at tahun satu. Tahun satu means year. Year 1, year 2, year 3. So that's for primary. All right, so here we have SK and SJK. So learning English, the credit hours for learning English in Malaysia varies according to schools and varies according to years. So if we look at the table, English for SK, for tahun 1, 2, dan 3, or year 1, year 2, year 3, it's 160 hours. 160 hours. But SJK, it's only 80. So what is the difference between SK and SJK? SK is Sekolah Kebangsaan. So it's a national school. It's a public school. SK, Sekolah Kebangsaan. Whereas if you look at SJK, SJK is also a public school, but it's type-based. So we have Chinese primary school, which is a public school, but Chinese, okay? And also we have Tamil public school. So that's SJK. Now, if we look at the next table, tahun 4, 5, dan 6, okay? English is also taught for 160. Whereas in SJK, it's 96. So there's a bit of increase in the number of hours for SJK, but it remains the same for 160 in SK, or Sekolah Kebangsaan National Schools. All right. Next slide. We have standards in teaching English in Malaysia. So teaching would be based on the content, the learning, and the performance standard. So content standard is basically very specific on what pupils should know, should understand, and be able to do. So this would be the content standard. Whereas learning standards, it's more concise, and it looks at the objectives into what pupils are expected to know and able to do at a particular stage of their primary education. So we have learning standard. Whereas performance standard is how we measure and how we know, how we gauge the proficiency of our pupils in school. So teaching English in Malaysia would be based on these three. So I would say this would be our Bible. Okay. So next slide. Okay, this is for secondary. Okay, secondary schools, we also have content standards, we have learning standards, and we have performance standards. So these three standards would be our point of reference, and we refer to them very closely because in our lesson plan, we have to refer to these three. Okay, all right, next. Okay, so I'll give you an example here, okay, on how the content standard looks like and its relation to the learning standards. So if 4 is writing, okay, 4.1, so it starts with 1. 1 is for listening, 2 is speaking, 3 is reading, 4 would be for writing. So this example that I'm giving and I'm showing you here is for writing. So 4.1 content standard is to communicate intelligibly through print and digital media on familiar topics. So this would be the content standard, what our students or our pupils should be or would be learning. Then once we have our content standard, we go into the focus. So what would we be teaching them? So we want them to communicate information clearly. We want them to communicate feelings and opinions, and we want them to organize information coherently. So how can we do this? We can do this by looking at the learning standards. So when you say you want them to communicate information clearly, so when we look at 4.1.1, your pupils should be able to give a detailed information about themselves and others. So it goes into detail of the, the learning standards. Okay, so I think there are quite a number here, so you may have a read. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, so now we look at tingkatan 1, or it's form 1. So this is the start of secondary education. So form 1, the pupils would be 13 years old. Okay, so when they enter form 1, so they are 13 years old. And how we measure their proficiency is through formative assessment. So formative assessment is done according to levels. So they have performance level 1 to performance level 6. So if you are at performance level 1, it says the pupil is hardly able to achieve the curriculum target, even with a lot of support. Okay. Whereas if you have pupils who are at 6, okay, level 6, so this particular pupil exceeds the expectation of the curriculum target. So in Malaysia, if we translate this performance level into bahasa Malaysia or bahasa Melayu, it's called tahap penguasaan. Tahap penguasaan. So 6, tahap penguasaan 6 is where your students or the people we'll be able to be at a Mitali stage. So I'm not too sure Mitali is in the Indonesian language, but it's can be translated as a role model. Okay? All right. Next slide. Now, again, we look at the credit hours for secondary. So secondary, we do not have a national type secondary school. So there's no Chinese or there's no Tamil as of we compare to primary. So what happens here is there's only one type of national secondary school, sekolah menengah kebangsaan. So for English it's 112 hours for for Form 1 to Form 3, and for Form 4 it's also the same for 112 hours a year. Okay, next slide. So I've got the latest because the 2023 has not, 2024 has not been released, but I've got the 2023. So what we can see here is the core subjects for our school living certificate, or we call it SPM, or Sijil Pelajaran Malaysia, SPM. So for the past years, what we can say is that there is a peningkatan or an increment in our performance. So English is one of the core subjects that has shown improvement throughout the years. All right? Okay. Next slide. Again, this is taken from the media, because if it's something published in the media, then it's accessible to everyone, so I won't be revealing something confidential. All right, so over the years we can see improvement in students achieving distinctions, okay, and there's less and less students failing the English language. So for us it's a good sign, it's a good indicator, and we have particularly we can say we were able to achieve our KPIs. Okay, so next slide. All right, talking about English in Labuan alone, okay, so Labuan alone we have also shown a continuous increment in the English language statewide. Okay, so that's about teaching or English language teaching in Malaysia. So I've given you an overview of how English is taught and how it is introduced in schools. So next slide is my third slot. The third slot would be on the topic for today. Next slide, please. Problem of practice. So I'm made aware that most of you here are from the Faculty of Letters, English majors and Indonesian majors. Probably some of you are from the Education and Teacher Education, Teacher Training Faculty. But overall, when we talk about learning English, okay, when we talk about learning English, we face problem. There would be issues. There would be issues when you're teaching the English language, okay? So that's why I'm my concentration would be on problem of practice, because learning a second language or learning English as a foreign language is not similar to learning your first language or your mother tongue, because you're born with the language. But second language you have to learn. A foreign language you have to learn. Okay, and teaching them would be a bit challenging because it's not their mother tongue. So in school, as a specialist coach, I coach and mentor teachers teaching English, okay? So these teachers would say, yes, I have problems, I have challenges, I have issues teaching English, my students have this problem, I have this problem. So we listen to teachers, okay? So next slide. Next slide. So research is good in schools, but it takes a lot of time for teachers to do research, okay? If you see here, it says research is a systematic inquiry. Yes, of course. You need to collect data, you need to do some documentation, you need to analyze, you need to interpret, okay? And then you need to select the most appropriate methods so that whatever research that you intend to conduct would be valid and reliable. Okay, so next. Okay, so again, as I've mentioned, you need to select the correct methodology. So in school, it's quite difficult to get teachers involved in research because it may take time and some would not be familiar with the research design and also the methodology. So what we encourage or we promote is to do classroom action research because it's not very taxing. Okay, so here again, the problem of practice is common in education, but it has no single or commonly scholarly definition. Yes, okay. So we suggest that a problem of practice is complex. It is complex because we are facing with issues and problems, okay? But it has to be some sort of sizable. It can be done. It's feasible. Okay, problem which exists, and it exists within the classroom. So it is done. Problems connect with broad or common. What teachers can do is to look at issues that concerns their own practice in the put them in, would be able to see this, okay, this, okay. All right, next, when you choose a problem of practice and you want to conduct a classroom action research, you must have the confidence that it can be solved or it can ease, okay? There is a change later on. You're able to changes. Okay, next. Okay, next. Okay, so again, teachers as practitioners. So when teachers are practitioners of the classroom, they investigate their own settings. It should be in their own classroom, okay, their own problems of practice, and it gives them insights and it gives them experience on how to improve and how to change what they can change. Because when we depend on outsiders, outsiders may not know the situation. They would not understand because each school has a different kind of context that they need to address, or different issues. So it's good that teachers who are practicing in their own classroom, they understand and they pick up whatever they need to do and they try it out. Okay, so teachers, they are given the voice, so they need to identify, they need to investigate, and what is more important is they get the first-hand knowledge. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what is classroom action research? So I've been talking about classroom action research, but how have we gone into classroom action research. Okay, next slide. Next. Okay, next. So, action research, it has to fulfill this three. Okay, so it has to be participatory, which is like practitioner doing, okay, and it has to include or involve reflection, okay, reflective practice. The third would be cyclical. Okay, so these three should be in a teacher's action research if they intend to conduct one or initiate one. Okay, next slide. So if we look at the this book, okay, by Mills. So it tells you that action research is a systematic inquiry. So you know you're not able, you shouldn't conduct an action research without procedures. Okay, so it has to go through a systematic kind of inquiry. So you don't say, oh, today I'm going in the class and I need to do an action research and I do it then, without any planning, without any, what do you call that, methods, appropriate way of doing it. So you don't start by reflecting and then you conduct whatever that comes into your mind. So you don't do that. It has to be systematic. Okay, next slide. Now, again, if you read a book by Ferencz, okay, Ferencz says that action research is not a library project just because you're interested in doing. Okay, it's not about doing because you like it. You want to do it. It's not like you're doing your master's or your PhD because you have deep interest. So it's not basically a library project. Okay. Number two, it's not 100% or fully problem solving. It might solve, or it might reduce, or it might ease. Number three, doing research is not on or other people. Doing research action research is for you to improve your practice because you need to reflect what have you been doing or what you should be doing after this. Okay? And the fourth would be not about learning why we do things, but rather how we can do it better. So this is action research. Okay, next. So this is from Butler, 2021. So we can skip this. All right. If we read from Prime 2024, there are quite a number of action research, the number of the types of action research. So So I'm taking one very specific, which is classroom action research. Okay, so it's done by teachers. Okay, and it allows educators to investigate their teaching practices and also student learning outcomes. So these are the types of action research. Okay, next. Okay, as I've mentioned, now action research must have these three. It must be participatory, must involve practitioners. You need to do your reflection, and also you have to do cycles. Okay, next. I've given 5 minutes. So there's a need in Malaysia to do action research, okay, because only 50% of teachings in school have been effective. So that's from Faiza, 2016. Next slide. Okay, so what works, how it works, and to whom it works, all right? So a study was done in 2024. The level of knowledge and understanding of action research in Malaysia was at moderate level. Next slide. Okay, so we did a study also recently. Okay, also we have found action research is at moderate level. Okay, moderately high. and it's high for understanding, but moderately high in knowledge. Next slide. So these are the findings. Okay, so next slide. I've given indicated as on. I have left with 5 minutes. Okay, next slide. So next slide. Okay, so discussions. So we really need to think about action research in Malaysia. Next. Okay, so we'll go into deeper later if we have time. So next slide. Next. Okay, so this would be the key insights. Next slide. Okay, so these are the recommendations, okay, for action research and the conclusions. So it's basically based on the research that we have done. All right, next slide. So I think we need to skip quite a number of slides. Okay, so this is how you can do action research, but I've requested the faculty that we have a workshop on action research for lecturers and also for students here in Unpam. Okay, can we go directly to the digital part? Okay, next slide. Next. Okay, next. Okay. All right, so because it's a conference on digital, so let's look at how does digitalization affect classroom teacher action research. So actually classroom action research, if we can find answers, we can find ideas, so we can get suggestions from AI. You just type the correct prompt and it gives you suggestions and ideas. Okay, next slide. I want to show you something else. Next slide. Can we go next? Okay, but teachers find challenges in doing action research. Okay, so these are the challenges that we have noted. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, this is so. Yep, next slide. Now, because teachers always find it difficult to teach English, some would say it's challenging because teaching English is difficult. It's not the language. They seldom speak English, and they only spend probably like 2 hours of English in the classroom. So what I did was, okay, I find ChatGPT. So how does ChatGPT, Copilot, and also Gemini will help you in doing action research? So it gives you an idea, and overall it gives you answers. Actually, it gives you answers, but please do not trust the answers completely. Okay, you need to, because AI is artificial intelligence, but humans are more intelligent. So you need to verify things. So when you are trying to do, or when you attempt to do an action research, you may use AI, you may use technology, but bear in mind that you need the skills and you need the knowledge first, and you verify whatever information given by this technology. Okay, next slide. So again, this one I tried searching because, of course, I think all of you may have encountered your friends or your colleagues sleeping in your classroom, and some are disruptive. So when you are a teacher and you're, for me as a coach, we do not know. Sometimes we have been thinking like, what can we do after this? What is the follow-up? What can we do next? What are the alternatives when we have problems like people sleeping in class, being disruptive, and so on? So we find ChatGPT, we find Copilot, we find Gemini. Okay, next slide. Okay, so when we look at the responses given by this technology and AI, okay, so this they would be able to give you answers. Okay, but it's not reflecting your own conscience and what you think it's best. They are just giving you suggestions. Okay, they are giving you answers. Of course, when you key in the correct prompt, then they will give you answers. But the problem is, would the answers be relevant to your teaching context? So that's what you have to think and consider. So here they have given you a lot. Okay, you can write and you can think, but always remember you need to always use your own intelligence. Okay, next. I've given how many? 3 minutes? 2 minutes? 1 minute. Okay. All right, next. Okay, so again, if we go one by one, of course, next slide. You see, Gemini would be able to give me a reflection. As I've mentioned, action research involves the practitioner, it involves being reflective, and it's cyclical. But now, my curiosity was, I asked Gemini to write a reflection for me. But would this reflection be a reflection of my own? Or is this reflection a reflection from a technology? You may use this, but always remember to come back, because you are trained as a teacher, as an educator, so you use this as something helpful, but again, you need to think, because you are dealing with your own pupils, not the AI, not ChatGPT's pupils, not Gemini or Copilot pupils. It's your own pupils, your own students. Okay? All right, so I think, can we go next slide? So this one would just be examples of how you can approach issues using AI and also technology. Okay, next. Yep. So it's good because you see, once you key in the prompt, you get answers, and you get lengthy answers. But does it reflect on your own profession, your own skill, your own knowledge on dealing with these kids? So let's say if answers are given, suggestions are given, proposals are given, is it relevant in your own context? Okay, so next slide. All right, next. So I think these are, again, proposals, okay? Next. We have come to an end, I think. Next. So even writing your paper, AI can help you. AI eases your burden. AI helps you a lot. But helping is one thing. Plagiarizing is one thing. Having your own idea and reflection is another thing. So all this you need to consider, and you need to come back to your conscience, your integrity as a teacher, as an educator, whether what you are doing is basically the work of an AI or the work as a dedicated and committed educator. Okay? So I think we can skip all this. Can we go to the last slide? Okay, next. So what we can learn from AI? Yes, AI gives us inspiration. It gives us ideas. Okay, it is an enabler, and AI is an assistant. Okay, AI would boost your productivity and efficiency, because previously you may spend, like, for example, 2-3 days writing your report, action research report. But this one, you just key in everything, and there you are within seconds or minutes. Okay, so AI is not only, but remember that AI is not only the only source of information. AI should not be seen as something credible. Okay, you have to check. AI has the tendency to be biased, of course, depending on the training it receives. AI users need to cross-check and verify information obtained. And lastly is artificial intelligence, or are you depending on human intelligence? So where do we stand? Okay, so I think this is the last slide. So our way forward. All right. So again, I will take the last bullet. Refer to literature, consider different school of thoughts. So we propose a nationwide understanding, okay, and also we promote a good practice through reflective teaching, and also we need to take feedback positively. Okay, so I've come to an end of my presentation, and the last slide would be thank you. Next slide. Yes. Okay, so thank you very much.
All right, so thank you for the informative and engaging explanation about especially the classroom action research and how you use, use AI to help you in doing your classroom action research. Now we're going to move on to our second, next session, which is Q&A. I would like you to raise your hand if you have a question. Yes, someone will come to you to give you the mic. I will need you to introduce your name first before you state your question, and please be clear and brief, with the question. Okay. Yes, the first one will be, yes.
So, good day everyone. My name is Saddam Ali Gymnastia. I'm from English Literature second semester, and my question is that in your years of coaching and teaching English, what is your most memorable event that happened during that time? Like, did someone do something very memorable, or that just blows your mind? That I want to know. What is your experiences? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Right. I'm quite new, not too new, but I've been a coach and a specialist coach since 2019. But I've spent over 11 years in teaching in secondary school. So over these years, what makes me happy and fulfilling is when teachers come to you and say, what you have taught me earlier, it worked in my classroom. That's one. Okay, the second one is when they attend interviews and they mention your name. Oh, Dr. Haji was the one who taught me this. That's like, you feel so glad. Oh, my name was mentioned. And another one is that when your teachers or your coaches, your mentees, they are able to present in a conference like this, okay, or any national or international conferences, so you feel that you have helped them, and somehow what you have delivered or conveyed to them, it's very fulfilling and it's fruitful. Okay, so I think it answers your question.
Mr. Lesra, I would like to extend the question. If you can give an example on how this our topic, the classroom action research that you have experienced, the results, probably the outcome or the effect. Class, have you ever had that kind of reports or seen the impact to the teacher's classroom?
Okay. one action research was, what do you call that? A board game. So it was a board game. Yeah, I presented. So a board game I presented. So the first one was in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. So I was with your former dean, Ibu Jasminar.
Yeah.
So I met her in Korea that time. So Ibu Jasminar was with me, so I presented there. So that was one. And then I wrote in a journal, so it was published. So now it is in the WOS index journal. So all these are achievements from in being innovative and also being able to conduct action research, because it will get you far.
And so for the outcome, you have publication.
Yeah,
that
publication,
can
we
be
have
used.
won awards. Yep.
Okay. Right, thank you. All right, so the second, we only have time for 2 questions. I'm very sorry for our time limitation. So who will be the second?
Hello. Sorry. So my name is Stilviana, and I would like to ask Professor Hyginus is regarding what you have mentioned earlier, is that formative assessment. So my question is that how can educators or teachers use formative assessment to improve students' engagement? Thank you.
Okay. How formative assessment can help students in learning? Is that a question? Okay. Now, every time when you go into the classroom, there must be a formative assessment, because when you're giving them tasks, you need to assess them formatively. So are they able to do the task well? Are they not able to do? So that's where, when you do formative assessment, you are approaching that particular student or your students, in particular everyone, you need to know to what level they need help. So feedback is one. Okay, when we talk about assessment and also formative assessment, we may also include the differentiated pedagogy. So we can help them in terms of support, in terms of outcome, in terms of product, in terms of process, in terms of learning preferences. All these you need. I think there are 8 that I can mention. But what I can tell you here is that when you have selected the appropriate formative assessment tool and also the differentiated pedagogy, it will help you engage with your students, because you are telling them how to improve and be better in their learning.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Okay, great, thank you. So yeah, by reflecting through classroom action research, it can help us to understand and be aware of the condition of our class, and that will improve engagement, right?
Yeah, because sometimes we will say the wrong is on the part of the students, but we do not reflect on our own whether our teaching has been fruitful, it has been achieving the objectives, or whether it's enjoyable or not. But we cannot take that for granted.
Okay.
So we need to be reflective.
All right. Thank you for the question, students. But I'm very curious about this question. I'm sorry, I have one additional question, Mr. Lester. My personal question that I want to know, like, from your experience about the use of AI to help you to reflect or give you the solutions of the problems. How far does it help you, like, probably the effectiveness?
Okay. Based on the AI just now, so I purposely put that Emma was sleepy in class. So this happens in almost every classroom, because your students are not engaged. So when they're not engaged, they're not interested, they feel sleepy and then not off. So what happens is that when you are not being reflective, you tend to blame your students. And you think like, why my students are not engaging in my classroom? Why are they not learning? Whereas I'm teaching and you should be learning. So the traditional way of thinking is that I'm teaching, you should be learning. And you're a student, you should be learning. So when you use AI in the classroom, it tells you the contributing factors. Why these kids are sleeping in your classroom. So it helps you because sometimes it doesn't come across your mind because you do not think about it because you keep on blaming only one party. You need to reflect. So that's why when you have AI to help you
more objective maybe.
Probably, but it helps you to think something that is extra. All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. So I think we have come to the end of our session. So I'm going to give us short wrap up for the discussion. So yeah, Mr. Lester had explained us, gave us beautiful picture of Labuan, which is very beautiful and serene, and also about the introduction of the overview of general English lesson in Labuan, and as well as explanation about classroom action research, how it helps teachers to reflect and improve the teaching, and also very good questions from the students. And then for further, I think, activity, if you are interested in joining, you have another session, right, specifically on classroom action research. Everyone, you can ask the committee, for further info if you'd like to join, right? And I think that's all. So once again, everyone, please give a round of applause for Mr. Lester.
All right, another one. Please give another round of applause for our speaker and moderator. Mr. Lester and Ms. Dwi, please stay on the stage, and would like to invite the head of Indonesia Department Faculty of Letters, Dr. Misbah Priyagung Mursalim, SSMPD, to join on the stage to give the token of appreciation and certificate for the speaker today. Kami mengundang Bapak Kaprodi Sastra Indonesia untuk join ke panggung guna memberikan token of appreciation kepada pembicara. Boleh diberi tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu? Thank you so much, sir. We kindly invite you to return to your seat. All right, valued guest, the next speaker in this international conference is Rafael Michael Opas, PhD, from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And the program will be moderated by Ms. Purwanti Taman, SSMPD. Allow me the honor of introducing our moderator for this session, Ms. Amy. She is definitely a respected academic in the English Literature Department, Universitas Pamulang, as well as published author with a strong background in the fields of education and linguistics. She is also a professional trainer who has delivered English training including TOEFL, preparation at various companies and institutions. Her experience in professional learning environments makes her an adaptive instructor whose teaching is highly relevant to today's business communication needs. Her extensive experience spanning over years has made her a trusted voice in facilitating meaningful academic discussions. We're confident that her expertise and eloquence will greatly enhance the quality of our discussion today. Well, Miss Amy, how is it? Are you ready for it? Of course. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, please welcome Miss Amy.
Morning from the Philippines. First, allow me to thank the organizers of the 5th International Conference on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching for inviting me to join you in this event, albeit online, which is second, my reason for apologizing for not making it on-site at Universitas Pamulang due to the changes in my itinerary, which impeded my capacity to travel and join you in this important occasion. But still, thank you for allowing me to deliver this presentation in which I intend to share with you my own practices in teaching English to my university students in the Philippines, and which I hope can contribute to the enrichment of your own practice. The title of my presentation is Development of Professional Identity through academic degree-based service learning projects in purposive communication. There was a great adjustment in the higher education system of the Philippines when we transitioned from our 10-year basic education program a decade ago to K-12, or which means 12 years of basic education, which is the global standard for preparatory education before university or higher education. We used to offer about 6 to the minimum to 12 to 15 units of English courses to our university students. Some of the courses we used to offer are study and thinking skills in English, writing in the discipline, speech communication, among others. However, with the issuance of our Commission on Higher Education, which is our higher education macro agent in the Philippines, the issuance is Memorandum Order number 20, series of 2013, which revises how universities must offer general education courses from 6 to 15 units. English was reduced to 3 units in the course called Purposive Communication. So purposive communication, as generally described by the memorandum, is writing, speaking, and presenting to different audiences and for various purposes, which is hardly English, not only because there is the Filipino translation that immediately succeeds general description in English, but because the description does not even say writing or speaking or presenting in English. So it is possible to interpret that purposive communication may be taught in any language. And just like Indonesia, the Philippines is a multilingual country, and it has over 170 living languages, which makes the situation more challenging. So purposive communication is not entirely English, which means there is no English course that teaches or allows the professional practice of English for university students in the Philippines. However, acknowledging this challenge, universities in the Philippines generally interpreted purposive communication as an English course, which is an important decision given the status and role of English in my country. English is one of the 2 official languages of the Philippines, the other being the national language, Filipino, and furthermore, English is the language of our controlling domains in our country. Education, medicine, business, technology, even our sense of justice is in English. since our constitution is primarily written in English. So proficiency in English alongside other languages in the Philippines provides an advantage for, let's say, a fresh graduate seeking for employment in the industries in the Philippines and abroad. So this is the sample course or subject description of purposive communication. And these are the suggested topics in teaching purposive communication. This is, however, just a guide or minimum requirement provided by our macro agency, CHED, and we are free to revise the description and content based on the context of our teaching. So, for instance, this is how I teach purposive communication. These are the topics that I necessitate for my students. If you will just look at the first column for the number of weeks or the time allotted for the topics reflected in the second column. So the topics for the first part of the semester include, number one, revisiting and disambiguating common concepts and even misconceptions about language. Second, fighting fake news in the regime of disinformation. And this syllabus is, by the way, for my biology students in 2024. And then I continue with number three, communication for global purposes. I teach world Englishes, Philippine Englishes, and their significance for biology majors. And my last lecture before midterms is business communication, writing letters, emails, reports, which are all significant for the project development and management topic that serves as the student's guide in the preparation of their final requirement in the course. So this is how I innovate the purposive communication course offered in my university. Purposive communication is not only about reading and writing and listening and speaking in English, but an application of these macro skills in real life projects that are meaningful for the community. So after my lecture on project management, I allow the students some time to think of a potential project, but brainstorm since the final project is done by group, present them for approval to me and to the class, and then implement them to the community. The model that I follow in teaching purposive communication is basically called service learning. So what is service learning? My definition is derived from my own readings and practice. Service learning is a course and program-based learning strategy that allows students to conceptualize, develop, and manage a project that directly or indirectly addresses a significant community need. Service learning projects are expected to contribute to the achievement of personal, institutional, national, and international development thrust and priorities. So, service learning is not new in the Philippines. In fact, the big universities implement service learning in their courses. Here are a few screenshots. When you Google service learning in the Philippines, this is what will appear. There are service learning guidelines in the La Salle University, Ateneo de Manila University. These are the top schools in the Philippines. There's research written on service learning, such as this published in the University of Santo Tomas. You can find it here on the rightmost portion of the slide. UST is, of course, the oldest university in Asia, located in Manila, Philippines. So, on a global perspective, the implementation of service learning contributes to the knowledge of our students about the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And their projects hopefully contribute just a little to the fulfillment of these objectives. So primarily, I think in the areas of quality education, gender equality, poverty reduction, the students were able to successfully show how they're able to address the UN SDGs. Let me show you some sample outputs from my biology majors in their service learning project in biology. So this one's Cities Escape. The group's objective is to promote rearing food and medicinal plants in the city. So for those who have been to Manila, you know that there's hardly any space to plant anything in the city where I am right now. So this project is quite timely and relevant. The students share online, like on Facebook, on Instagram. They also include the tiles of UN SDGs that they intend to address, such as SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, SDG 13, Climate Action, and SDG 15, Life on Land, specifically for this group. So basically, the intention and model of the group is information dissemination. And these are just some of the materials that they posted online, the description of the group project, their goals. We also have here their objectives, the significance of what they intend to do. Here are a few more samples of what they posted online, the specific information about plants. In particular, there's oregano. I googled the translation of oregano in Bahasa Indonesia, and I found out that it's still oregano. So here's a few more information about the oregano. There are more detailed description, the captions to their post there. So a few more information about plants and how to take care of them in the city or in urban areas. So here's another project. It's called Asopat Challenge, protecting our furry friends. Aso in Filipino or Tagalog is dog. So it's basically protecting cats and dogs. And here they have SDG 3 and 15. SDG 3 is health and well-being. So here's one more about carbon footprint reduction. Another about strays, again about animals. Kaalamang Gantian directly translates to knowledge of green spaces. Like in this particular project, the focus is on Arceros Park in Manila. Just a bit of context, during the creation of this project, there were news that Arceros Park, which is considered the last lung of Manila, is about to be sold to be transformed into a golf club. Thus, the students necessitated this information campaign. And then here's another project about cats. This one's about hand washing for kids. And this got the highest grade during my 2024 batch of biology, a documentary on the importance of coastal conservation. So if you scan the QR on screen, it will lead you to the Facebook page of the group that contains their post, their documentary in 4 parts. Yeah, let me show you some of the posts to the students. Yeah, here's the landing page on Facebook. And this is an example of one of their posts. Another example of their post. This is more descriptive of their objectives, their goals, their significance. Here's the caption to one of their videos. And this is an example of their video. I will not be showing you the entire video because it is in Filipino, but I just wanted you to see a few parts of what they were able to produce.
Mga naglalakihang gusali, malalawak na daanan sa expressways, at sa populasyon na meron tayo ngayon, bihira na lamang makakita ng kalikasan na noon ay kahit saan makikita mo. Sa syudad ng Parañaque at Las Piñas, alamin natin ang lugar kung saan ang kalikasan at tirahan ng mga hayop ang dagat at himpapawid ay nananatili pa rin buhay Ngunit, unti-unti na rin itong napupunta sa panganib dahil sa mga samot-saring abubot na makikita rito. Ating tunghayan ang binasagang huling hangganan ng baybayin sa rehiyong ito. Ating baybayin ang kalat na galing sa atin.
Alright, there. That's Beyond the Tides, a documented journey on coastal conservation. Here's another video. This one's with translation in English.
Emanate directly or indirectly from the common economic and
Alright, I'm having some problems with my internet, but as you can see on screen,
human
there's
actions of particular activity.
there's the text in English
The carbon footprint
and also in Filipino. So if there will be an improvement in the previous video that I showed you, it will be something like this, a more multilingual approach to presenting the text on screen. Alright, so moving forward, what I hope the service learning projects contribute to my bio majors is the development of their professional identity. Tan, Van der Molen, and Schmidt in 2017 defined professional identity as the self that has been developed with a commitment to perform competently and legitimately in the context of a particular profession. So, of course, for my biology majors, they wanted projects that have to do with the environment, about flora and fauna, medicines, taking care of one's health and well-being. Given another group of students, for instance, I've been assigned to teach purposive communication to literature majors, tourism majors, and expectedly, their topics suit their specialization, which contributes to their professional identity, since the service learning projects offer a semblance of performing in their profession. So it is important for institutions such as our universities to pay attention to the attempts to develop our students' professional identity in the level of our curricular offerings, because these help our students solidify their intent to master a profession, helping them navigate the professional field much better once they finish their university education. Studies have been done on professional identity among students in higher education in other countries, such as the works of Shinpei Tan, Van der Molen, and Schmidt in 2017 that I previously mentioned. And then there's also another study published by Tomlinson and Jackson in 2021 on professional identity in higher education students, and Nadelson et al. In 2017 on STEM students. In the Philippines, research on professional identity mostly occurs on teacher education, such as Liwanag's study on pre-service teachers and Sudario's investigation among in-service teachers. So there's a gap in doing investigations in the Philippines on higher education for university students and the development of their professional identity. Furthermore, there's also a gap in the methods applied in the available research, since most investigations are quantitative. Tomlinson and Jackson in 2021 said that there is also a need for further in-depth qualitative data that explores more inductively these perceptions and the wider bearing on their employability strategies and self-perception of suitable and meaningful employment. So I now move on to this study. Allow me to read my research questions. My primary aim is to determine how the implementation of service learning in the general education course purposive communication for biology students aids in the development of their professional identity in their chosen field of specialization. Particularly, my questions are what service learning projects are implemented in the purposive communication for biology students course. And this particular question I've answered by showing you some of the projects my students finished last year, the previous slides. Second, what components of professional identity for biology students are developed in the service learning projects? And third, how do the service learning projects aid in the development of the professional identity of biology students? So to understand my data further, I employed a simple extrinsic-intrinsic motivation framework as internalization of professional identity through service learning progresses. A motivation is reduced by intrinsic motivation and develops into intrinsic motivation, which breeds autonomy among learners when applied to the educational setting. So some of the specific sources of intrinsic motivation drawn from the data of this study are: first, fulfilling professional roles and responsibilities; second, determining, developing, and demonstrating a specific set of values related to a profession; and third, practicing a profession-based ethical standards. Meanwhile, the data also shows that an extrinsic motivation may come from the recognition and validation individuals receive from other people within and beyond their field of specialization. But what exactly is the data used in this study? I used 221 final reflection essays from the bio students that I've been telling you about. This was a requirement for the students to submit at the end of the semester after the implementation of their service learning projects. The 221 essays are from 10 different cases, each case referring to a service learning project that I discussed earlier. So with regard to the process, I started by reading and rereading the essays, and then I isolated the process, participants, and circumstances, and identified themes guided by the self-determination theory. What I have not yet done, as this is a work in progress, is the intercoding, which involves verifying the categories of the isolated process types and the themes drawn from the essays. So the isolation of participants, process, and circumstances is a fulfillment of sensitivity analysis, one of the ways to analyze language using systemic functional linguistics. Systemic functional linguistics, or SFL, or for some it's SFG, or systemic functional grammar, is a theory of language that views language as a social semiotic. It focuses on how language is used to create meaning in different special or social contexts, emphasizing the functions of language rather than just its structure. So the focus is more on the function rather than the structure, which departs from our knowledge of traditional grammar. SFL sees language as a resource for making meanings, with choices in language reflecting social and cultural context. So the figure that you can see on screen is usually utilized to illustrate SFL, as it is composed of strata or stratification. By stratification, I mean the organization of language into different levels, each with its own set of meanings and functions. So analysis usually begins in the level of phonology or graphology, then to lexicogrammar, discourse semantics, and then to the context of culture and situation, which are the highest levels of analysis. The stratas are not usually mutually dependent on each other. They are at their own level, but they may be so in the context or if the need for the analysis necessitates it. The figure is also divided into metafunctions, which are the simultaneous overarching functions of language that represent different aspects of meaning. SFL identifies three metafunctions: the ideational, the interpersonal, and the textual. These metafunctions are not separate entities, but rather work together to create meaning and context. However, each may also have its own analysis, such as sensitivity analysis in ideational metafunction, mood analysis in the interpersonal metafunction, and theme ring analysis in the textual metafunction. So what I intended to do is a full-scale sensitivity analysis in this study. Sensitivity analysis is a method for examining how language represents experience by analyzing the types of processes, participants, and circumstances within a clause. It reveals how speakers or writers construe reality through their linguistic choices, particularly by identifying the types of processes like actions, events, states, and the roles of participants involved. So what you can see on screen are the 6 main process types. We have material, processes of doing and happening, behavioral, which refers to processes of physiological and psychological behavior. We have mental, processes of sensing, feeling, and thinking. Verbal, processes of feeling. Relational, processes of being and having. And existential, processes of existing. So, however, in process, I realized that when I started to analyze my data, I realized that simply isolating the process types is enough to mark the type of motivation exhibited in the essays, as there is also voluminous data involved in my study. There were more than 200 essays. So, in the interest of time, I will focus on 3 sample essays, all from case 1. So again, like what I said earlier, there are 10 cases. In each case, there's about 10 to 12 different essays, each coded S1, S2. So here in case 1 that I am showing you on screen, I selected 3 particular essays, and they are coded S1, S5, and S7. So this is the reflection from S1, and I quote, student of the BS Biology program, this project allowed me to apply my knowledge of animal welfare in a practical and impactful way. It reinforced my commitment to community service and animal advocacy, shaping my professional values and aspirations. So here, I isolated the processes applied, reinforced, enhanced, demonstrated, affirmed, among others. Here's S7. I did the same for S7. I also did the same for S5. So I came up with the following table, and the data shows you that the majority of the processes are mental, meaning they are processes of sensing, feeling, and thinking, mostly thinking. There were a few relational, existential, and verbal processes, but there is a clear absence of material process types, which are the process types that manifest doing and happening. And this is despite the actual implementation of service learning projects. So I'm thinking that this would have been tampered with by the prompt. In the prompt, I asked the students to reflect on the relationship between their service learning project and their development, the development of their skills in their specialization, or their mindsets in their specializations. That's what I'm considering as a reason why the majority of the process types are mental. But it is also quite interesting to notice that a lot of the mental processes used by the students in their essays indicate that they actually have professional identity. They already have it. And what the service learning project did to them was to enhance, reinforce, affirm, deepen, and improve what they perceive they already possess. So the isolation of the process types signaled the type of motivation that was developed with the service learning project they implemented. I coded intrinsic motivation with numbers 1, 2, and 3, and extrinsic motivation with 4. So here in S1's essay, there is a series of different types of intrinsic motivation that came out from the analysis. This is S7, and these are also mostly intrinsic motivation. And for S5, there is one statement that can be categorized as extrinsic motivation. So this table now shows that based on the 3 samples, the development of roles and responsibilities as an intrinsic motivation is evident in the implementation of the service learning project in case 1. From a total of 30 statements that were isolated, 63% all fall under the professional roles and responsibilities category. And this suggests that the implementation of service learning projects is effective in promoting autonomy and developing autonomous learning. However, there's also a need to emphasize to the students the significance of extrinsic motivation. Of course, properly acknowledging them and using them as a springboard to develop intrinsic motivation, because that's what extrinsic motivation is supposed to do based on the framework. It helps develop intrinsic motivation, and of course, in the process, it promotes autonomy. So a balance between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation is important in developing a holistic learning environment, and of course, a learner, a holistic learner. So finally, the data shows that there are values and profession-based ethical standards in the lessons that build up or contribute to the implementation of service learning projects, which are as important in the fulfillment of professional roles and responsibilities in the workplace. So since it's a work in progress, I have this conclusion thus far. The employment of service learning in the biology program through purposive communication enhances the professional identity of the students, primarily through intrinsic motivation, such as the fulfillment of professional roles and responsibilities and demonstration of profession-related values. So here are some of the texts that I mentioned earlier, and thank you very much for listening. I hope that you were able to pick up a thing or two meaningful things, I hope, from my presentation, and I'm now ready to accept questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rafi. Everybody, please share a big round of applause to Dr. Rafi. But before that, let me open this one with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Good morning. How are you, everybody here in the room? Good. Okay. So welcome. This one is actually the fourth, which is swapped into the third right now for today's international conference. And I hope you have noted some particular important information and be productive, and of course, which would be able to enrich your experience. I'm Purwanti Tamand. I have the honor to serve as a moderator for you today. It is a pleasure to be here with you as we exchange topic that lies at the intersection of communication, identity, and service learning. Service learning. So I think Unpam, especially English department and Bahasa Indonesia department, should look forward how service learning can be done here soon, hopefully. It is now my privilege, of course, to introduce, which I haven't done before, okay, to introduce our distinguished speaker who is now online, Dr. Rafael Michael Opas from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Is a dedicated scholar and educator. His work bridges disciplines, integrating science and communication to support student development in innovative and impactful ways. As you have watched the video, his title is Development of Professional Identity Through Academic Degree-Based Service Learning Project in Purposive Communication. And as you have also watched, his insight, actually he's sharing about his work experience, how service learning project can enhance student intrinsic motivation and contribute significantly to the development of their professional identity. You are all the future professional, everybody. All right, so Due to the current weather condition in Manila right now, where typhoon and unstable internet connectivity have been affecting the area, Dr. Ravi has kindly prepared a pre-recorded video of his presentation. This thoughtful preparation was made to ensure a smooth and uninterrupted experience for all of us today. So we are grateful Dr. Ravi is in here right now, live in a Zoom. So good morning, Dr. Ravi. Magandang umaga. How are you today? Are you there? Ready, Dr. Ravi?
Indonesia, it's afternoon here in the Philippines.
Oh, I see. Magandang hapon.
Magandang hapon.
Maraming salamat sa iyong presensya. All right, Dr. Ravi.
Very good Tagalog.
Mabuti. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, all right. So without further ado, everybody, we will be having two questions, one from the room and one from the Zoom, live Zoom. So we are now calling one question from this room, and Dr. Ravi will be happy to answer you. May I have your hand raised, please? All right. Oh yes, at the very top left corner, please. The time is yours.
Okay. Maraming salamat po. Okay, so I would like to ask a question regarding what you have presented to us earlier. So my question is that what can service learning project surpass the limitation of the traditional academic learning by fostering more interpreted understanding of knowledge and its application within complex social context? Thank you po.
Thank you very much. May I have your name, please, and what semester are you?
My name is Delfiana. I am on my 3rd semester or 2nd year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deviana on the 3rd semester, Prof. Rafi. So he is asking about how service learning surpass the traditional learning style. That's a wonderful question. The time is yours, Prof. Rafi.
Thank you very much for your question. I'm not sure if I got the name right. Is it Deviana? So thank you, Deviana,
She is.
for your question. Yeah, quite interesting, which perhaps I wasn't able to emphasize in my recorded presentation. I wanted to, of course, explain that what's good about service learning is that it bridges the gap between theory and practice. So in our classroom, there are a lot of theories that we instill. This is for us teachers. A lot of theories we instill to our students, lessons in grammar, tips on how to develop written and other forms of communication. But then there's very little practice that we allow our students to perform. Practice can be very limited to interactions within the classroom, and in these controlled environments, we usually do not allow students to really perform well, going beyond the traditional means of self-correction, or perhaps like working in a laboratory. This is something that often happens in our language classes, so everything is controlled. But when we allow students to go out of our classroom and experience the world and deliver what they're able to learn in our classrooms in a more practical sense, they're able to know exactly the significance of what they learn in the classroom. So I think service learning is able to really bridge the gap between theory and practice, allowing students to experience firsthand how practical it is to learn language. hope I'm able to address Viviana's question.
Thank you very much. Malaming salamat sa information. Now let's go to the next question in the Zoom room. I hope you raised your hand already with starting mentioning your name and the semester where you are. May I have one? Any? Right. Dr. Rafi, may I ask you, how do the student reflective essay, especially the one that you share in your research, reveal the enactment of experiential meaning in SFL term, particularly in how they construct their professional identity? I think this is really interesting part.
Yeah, so for those who are doing SFL, you know how significant the process types are, which in traditional grammar are likened to the verbs or the action words. So these are the locus of the information that allowed me to analyze the development of professional identity among the students. So in the process, I isolated the process types and categorized them into the framework that I showed you earlier. And I found out that even if the service learning activities were actually performed by the students, they all happen in the realization all happen in the mind. So like what I said earlier, just a bit of disclaimer, it may be because of the prompt that I gave them when they were writing their final reflection essays. Perhaps another prompt that would require them to reflect more on what they did, which is actually one part of the reflective essay, because for this particular presentation, I only showed you samples of one part of the essay. It's actually a longer essay that they wrote. And in one part of the essay, I asked them to reflect on what they did. So perhaps if I analyze that part of the essay, then that would reveal more material process types compared with the section that I isolated, in which I wanted them to reflect on the development of professional identity, which in the data, it revealed that they all focused more on what they think they were able to achieve rather than on what they actually did.
Oh, thank you very much. We remember the old saying, learning by doing. So how is it distinct of the service learning compared to learning by doing that we've been really ringing the bell all the time?
Yeah, so going back to John Dewey's LBD, right?
Yeah.
I'm also a big follower of John Dewey. And in many of my courses, not only in purposive communication, I practice learning by doing. So instead of only allowing students to, or requesting them to listen to the lectures and then doing activities inside the classroom, I challenge them to go out of the classroom and, conduct activities in which they will be able to really identify or learn or reflect on the practicalities of learning language. So service learning is somehow very similar to learning by doing. So they identify projects that they think they can implement based on the knowledge and skills that they possess, and then conduct them or perform them in the environment. So that allows them to learn while actually do. So they're quite similar to each other. If not, perhaps we can claim that learning by doing is the framework that develops the notion of service learning.
Wonderful. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Rafi, for truly meaningful presentation and answer, further explanation. Your insights have given us much to reflect on, especially on the role of service learning in shaping our student growth and professional identity. Before I close this session, everybody, allow me to catch up with Dr. Rafi's CV. Dr. Rafi is a Doctor of Philosophy in English Language Literature from Ateneo de Manila University, graduated in 2020. His dissertation title, Human Agency in the State of the Nation, Addresses of Philippines Presidents in the Fifth Republic with Excellent Descriptive Reading. His research interests are in the area of translanguaging, gender representation, sexism, Philippines English, mental model, purposive communication, flexible learning, pedagogic translation, and many more. He is now the Dean and Professor for College of Art and Letters, Polytechnic University of the Philippines in Manila since 2024. Thank you very much. So to all participants, thank you for your active engagement. Thank you for your question, Devya. Let us continue to pursue meaningful ways to empower student learning through purposeful, discipline-based strategy. We wish you a fruitful continuation of the program. I'm Purwanti Thaman signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Thank you so much, Miss Amy. Thank you so much for our esteemed speaker and moderator for the enlightening presentation and thoughtful insights. One more time, give another round of applause. Honorable attendees, the next speaker in this international conference is Hunter Hatfield, PhD, from English and Linguistics, University of Otago, New Zealand, and the moderator will be Ms. Shinta Aziz, SPD MA. I'm delighted to introduce our moderator for today's session, Ms. Shinta. She is a dedicated educator and accomplished professional in the field of English language teaching, currently serving as a lecturer at Universitas Pamulang, and she has actively taught English as a foreign language at a range of institutions, including English First Cinere and her very own English course, English Everywhere. Her teaching journey spans from early childhood education at the university level, reflecting her remarkable versatility as an educator. And she is also a prolific academic contributor with publications featured in numerous linguistic and education journals and books. Her subs-inside, engaging communication style make her an excellent choice to facilitate our dialogue today. Well, before I invite Ms. Shinta to be here in our stage, I'd like to show you the online certificate of our previous presenter, Dr. Rafi, to show our appreciation. Thank you so much for the committee. All right, everyone, without any further delay, please welcome Ms. Shinta Aziz.
All right, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you, everyone? Good? Are you great today? Okay. All right. So, my name is Shinta Aziz, and it is an honor for me to serve here in this session as the moderator in ICoLLLiTec for Dr. Hunter Hatfield. Okay. So, here, can I welcome Dr. Hunter Hatfield here? Hello. Professor Hunter Hatfield. Are you here with us? Okay, so please allow me to introduce our distinguished speaker today, Dr. Hunter Hatfield. Dr. Hatfield is currently serving as the Associate Dean International and Associate Professor at the University of Otago, New Zealand, with a PhD in Linguistics from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. His work spans the fields of psycholinguistics, phonology, pragmatics, and digital humanities. He is the former president of the Linguistic Society of New Zealand and has made major contributions in teaching innovations, language processing research, and educational technology. Notably, he is the author of the book Dynamic Approaches to Phonological Processing, published by Cambridge University Press. Beyond academia, Professor Hatfield is a software developer from open source educational tools and has mentored numerous postgraduate students in linguistics and language educations. Today, he will share his insights with us here in a presentation entitled Deep Learning of Language Models and Linguistics Meanings. So here we will run about 40 minutes for the presentation, and then it will be followed by 5 minutes question and answer sessions. Please save your questions until the end, and then feel free to type them in the chat box, and then you can also raise hand after the presentation sessions. Okay, so without further ado, please welcome Professor Hunter Hatfield. The floor is yours, sir. I'm sorry, Professor. We haven't. Yeah, you're still muted. Okay, you are still muted. Sorry. Okay, can we check your voice again?
How about now?
All right, so great. Okay, thank you. Please welcome Professor Hunter Hatfield. Give round applause for Professor Hatfield.
I just greeted you in the Māori language of New Zealand. The Māori people are the first people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. With Aotearoa being the Māori name for New Zealand, it means the land of the long white cloud. So let me go ahead and share my screen. One moment. Okay, was that successful that you can see my slides?
Yes, sir, we can see it clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you for hosting me at this wonderful international conference. I made many notes listening to the questions and to the presentations today. Thank you to both the team there and the team here. So yes, I'm a lecturer at the University of Otago in New Zealand. New Zealand is of course an island to the southeast of Australia. And the University of Otago is the first university that was founded in New Zealand. It's about 150 years old. And that is our famous clock tower building. It's a highly ranked university, it's top 200 in the world. So I'm happy and lucky to be able to work here. Okay, so what I'd like to talk about today is large language models and how they compare to human language or our language. How do they compare to the speech of people and how different they are or how similar they are. So there'll be three parts to the presentation. One is helping understand the question that I want to ask. Another is beginning to answer it by first looking at meaning in normal human language.
and then comparing it to meaning in large language models. Now, I'm afraid that I'm going to maybe disappoint you to some degree, and I will not have the final answer to this, the question I'm going to ask. And I think it's because nobody knows the final answer. We've created this tool that's very, very helpful, and we're still figuring out how it works. But I hope that's actually exciting in its own way, because means there's a lot of work for everyone to do, including linguists and computer scientists and scholars of literary works and educators and everyone. Okay, so to help understand the question, I want to focus upon the ability of AI to have conversations. It can do many, many things, of course. This focuses upon conversations. And one of the things that's interesting to me is that every year I have to change my lectures about this topic because everything keeps changing. So for instance, when I started teaching a class about language and computing a few years ago, the best chatbots in the world weren't very good. To give some examples of that, here's a conversation with a chatbot that was named Cookie. And if you can see this on the left in sort of the blue, that's going to be the chatbot talking, so it's not a person at all, it's a computer. And that's me responding in text on the right. So just to read out a little bit. The computer says, I am 18 years old. How old are you? I am in my 40s. Describe your surroundings to me. An office with a computer in front of me and a screen behind me. What is it? And that's already very strange. Why would someone ask, what is it at this point in time in the conversation? I didn't know what to do with it, so I ignored it and asked the computer, where are you? And then the computer chatbot responded, I'm in my human programmer's home in the metaverse. Are you still located in 40s? Which doesn't make any sense. It's already within 2 or 3 turns gotten confused about, when I said I'm in my 40s, I mean that's my age, and it took it as that's my location. Other sort of things you can sort of see, unusual things chatbots would do. I said, I lost my glasses. And then the chatbot said, have you tried looking in the kitchen? That's probably the best place to find glasses. And that's fairly reasonable, actually. That's a pretty good answer. So then I said, I lost my microphone. And the chatbot says, have you tried looking at a rock concert? That's probably the best place to find microphones. And again, that's kind of true, but it's weird at this point in that what situation would you ever be in where you're going to start looking around rock concerts to steal a microphone and take it away? I then said, I lost my purse. Have you tried looking in a handbag? That's probably the best place to find purses. And this actually is a mistake because a handbag is a synonym. It means the same thing as purse. So it's like having you looked in a purse for a purse or a handbag for a handbag. So the point is they broke down very quickly. It's very easy to tell that they weren't human-like speech. But of course, as most of you already know, if you have something like ChatGPT or many of the other large language models that exist, that's very much changed, right? You can have a pretty normal, or at least a coherent conversation with it. So if I say, hi, ChatGPT, it says, hello, how can I help you today? And I say, I'm kind of looking for a conversation. TBH means to be honest. Sure thing, I'm here to chat. What would you like to talk about? Can we talk about my Uncle Samuel? Of course, I'd be happy to talk about your Uncle Samuel. And it goes on, right? And you can have conversations like this. So within just a few years, the technology for a computer to speak to you, or at least to text with you, changed enormously. All right. So if this is the case, it opens up a really big question, which is the language that we just saw in something like ChatGPT, is that kind of, that model, those large language models, is that the same as human language, the way we speak? And then, of course, all my examples here are English, but we're really interested in all conversation, so no matter what language we're speaking in. So this is the question I want to talk about today. And how do we answer it in a productive way? One way to get into this is that there's two aspects of language. There's the form of the language, and there's the meaning of the language. It's always more complex than this, but this is a good start. So by form, I just mean things like, if it's writing, the letters for English, K-I-C-K, that's the form of the word kick. If it's English, if I'm speaking, the form of the word kick is the sounds. It's the ik, hit, right? So there's the forms of language, spelling, or speaking, or signing. And then there's the meaning of language. And meaning is hard to put onto a screen. So I just said the meaning of kicking. So you have the form of the word kick, and then you have whatever it means, that action with your leg of kicking something. Now, one answer to do large language models speak human language is, as a starting point, that they're quite good at the forms. There was a question in chat that I went ahead and answered a little bit about when can you trust AI. We'll talk about this for the whole presentation, but one of the answers is, if you're asking it a question about the forms, about the right words to use, it's pretty good. It's not always right, but it's pretty darn good. Most of the time it's correct. But the big question for researchers is about the meanings. And one of the ways we can tell the meanings are strange or different or not quite right yet for large language models is this idea of hallucinations. You may have heard this word. Hallucinations are when you ask a question of a large language model and it gives you an answer that seems a really good answer. It seems reasonable. It seems like it knows what it's talking about. And then you read it and discover that it's wrong. I remember asking once, what is the language with the fewest phonemes, the fewest numbers of sounds? And it gave me an answer that sounded reasonable, and it even gave me a citation for a book. But then you go look it up, and the book doesn't exist. And it gave me a different book. I looked that book up, but the answer in the book was different from what it told me. Those are hallucinations. So generally speaking, the meaning is unclear. So I want to talk about meaning for most of this talk. And one way to get into this is looking at experiments to help understand what meaning in normal human language is like. And I should have said at the beginning, I'm going to ask a favor of you, which is we're actually going to run a little bit of a fake experiment during this presentation. So in a few slides, I'm going to ask you to sort of listen along and respond. I'll explain it when we get there. Okay, so how do words mean? What is the meaning of a word? Now, there's of course a very obvious answer to this. If you want to know the meaning of a word, you look up the meaning in the dictionary. That's what dictionaries are for. They tell you the meanings of words. But this isn't really what we're asking here, right? Because where did the people who wrote the dictionary get the meaning? They're just writing down the results of their research, what they think the meaning is. So the meanings are sort of already out there. There's already a way that people use the words. And the dictionaries are just recording it. We're really interested in how do people actually use the words or use the sentences. Right. So I'm going to give you an answer, the best I can in the time we have, that uses 4 components to meaning. And many of these are based upon psychology experiments or linguistic experiments. We'll just talk about the first one the most. So the 4 components to meaning are simulation. I'll explain what that means on the very next slide. Schema, metaphors, and then stories. And stories we know. So I have less to say about that, but those stories are very important. Okay, so moving to the first one. Here's the idea. How does language have meaning? The idea is going to be, what if when you hear language, when you hear words about moving your body, you understand those words or understand that language by actually activating the same parts of your brains that move your body. So let me explain that more. This is a scary diagram, but it's a helpful one. So what is this diagram? So this is a diagram of your brain. It's a schematic of your brain. There's a part of your brain called the primary motor cortex, which is what controls moving your body around. And what you'll see, the reason it looks kind of weird, is that as you go around the different, and some the knee, and some the hip, and some your shoulder, and some your elbow, things like that, right? And of course, a lot more of your brain is devoted to controlling your hands. And we can see why that is, right? Because your hands do lots of things. The hands have a lot more control than your hip does. There's other parts of your brain that control your face. And we can see why this is important too. Not only do we have to eat to stay alive, so we have to chew, and we also have to speak. So lots of your brain is devoted to your hands and to your face. Okay. The idea of we're going to explore here is that I understand words about maybe kicking, which is a leg muscle, right? It's a leg motion, by turning on the parts of my brain which move my leg. Or I might understand understand words about grasping and pushing by turning on the parts of my brain that actually grab things with my hand or push things with my arm. Right? That's the idea. So, the simulation is that whenever you hear words, your brain is actively simulating what it's like to actually do those things. You hear the word kick, like you just heard it, and since you have learned English, your brain is simulating actually kicking. Or you hear the word pinch, which uses your fingers, and so your brain simulates moving your fingers. Okay, so how do we know if this could be true? It's a cool idea, but we want evidence to believe it. And this is where I'm going to ask you, if you can, to do a little experiment with me. So imagine you were in a room with a psychologist or a linguist has asked you to come in to do an experiment. And in front of you on the table, you have a piece of paper with an X. An X just means that's the middle. That's your starting point. And then away from you, you have the word yes, and closer to you, you have the word no. So if you have a desk in front of you, you can do this. Find a space where you have a middle part where you can put your hand, that's the X. You can move away to yes, or closer to your body for no. If you don't have a desk in front of you, you can do it on your leg. So the middle of your leg, or middle of your thigh is the X. Towards your knee is the yes. And towards your hip or your stomach is the no. All right. So how does the experiment work? We'll have a little training session. We're going to read a sentence. I won't say it out loud, I'll just show it on the screen. If the sentence makes sense, like you can get an understanding meaning from it, say yes. Yes, it makes sense. And if it does not make sense, you go to no. So yes makes sense, no doesn't make sense. Let's do a couple examples first. The artist is listening to music. And that makes sense. An artist can listen to music, so I click on yes. The cup is hopping on the monkey. That doesn't make any sense, so we go towards no. And that's how it works. Okay, I think you get a better feel for this if you try it, but it is optional. All right, so I'm going to do about 10 to 12 sentences to show you the experiment. So between each sentence, you go to the X to start in the middle, and then when you read it, you go to yes, and you go back to X, or go to no and back to X. Okay, let's try it. So start in the middle. So every time you read a sentence, go yes or no, and when the plus comes back on the screen, go back to the middle. Woohoo! You've done it. Thank you very much. That's the only experiment. You're free now. All right, so what's going on? The sentences that we went through are these sentences here. And some of them make sense, some of them don't make sense. What we're actually interested in is particular sentences. So a sentence like, Teresa, that's a person, is pushing the trolley or pushing the cart. To push something, you kind of move your hand away, right? You push your arm away from your body to push something. But when Kermit is closing the drawer, so a drawer is like have your clothes inside of it. Again, closing, you push the drawer closed, so it goes away. Bill is pulling the door open. If you pull the door open, your arm is moving towards your body. So why would we do this? The idea was that the parts of your brain which understand language are the same parts of your brain which do the action that language is about. And what this kind of experiment is testing is whether or not that's the case. So what actually does happen, the result is, for people who grow up speaking English, when the hand motion of the sentence, like pushing and closing, matches the motion going towards yes or going towards no, you're faster. But if it goes the opposite way, you're slower. What does that mean? It means the parts of your brain which are controlling your arm movements to hit yes or no are actually being activated when you hear speech. So this is an example of a theory of meaning called simulation semantics. And the basic idea is that we get our meaning from our experiences with the world. It's actually embedded in our bodies. Now that's not enough, we've done more than one experiment, of course. We've tested this with different types of motion, with twisting your hand and pushing and moving your legs, and with vision as well, how you imagine the sentences that you read, all of these things. And it keeps saying that, yes, there's a connection between the parts of our body which experience the world and our understanding of meaning with the world. Of course, this isn't enough by itself, because we can understand all sorts of things that we've never experienced. And also we've walked many times, we've kicked many times. And so the next step up is that after you have these experiences, you start making generalizations, like the common patterns to it. For instance, one of the most common ones is the journey pattern. Journeys, just means moving from one place to another place. And we start this from being an infant. A little baby can crawl from one place to the other place. And then later they can stand up and walk from one place to another place. And they get older and they get a moped and they drive around and they ride a bike. And then they fly to New Zealand. So there's all sorts of journeys, right? And they kind of keep growing as you age and you have more experiences. Other examples of things that we do a lot, it's called holding containers. What's a container? A container is anything that can contain something. So a glass of water or a bottle or a jar that holds beans or rice or anything. These are all containers, right? We have many different experiences with containers, from being a baby to adulthood. And so from that, we can start coming up with these abstract models of containers and of journeys. And that's our next level in understanding meaning. So why would we need something like this? The reason why we need something like a schema is that what we're doing is we're taking our experience that we've had since we were babies of moving around in the world, and we use it to understand new journeys that we've never been on before. So we understand, walking around our house as a child, and then later those same ideas can be used to understand riding a bike to our friends. What I'm trying to do is give you sort of a quick overview of what we know about human meaning, human language meaning, so we can then compare it to large language models. All right, so the story I'm telling is that we start off with experiences with our bodies. We can then abstract away from that, generalize to those kinds of experience. So it's not just one journey, but how journeys work, right? Or not just one going to restaurant, but how all restaurants work. But even this is not enough, because again, we can talk about things that we have no experience with. And so one tool to help to solve this is what's called a metaphor. And a metaphor takes your understanding of some part of the world that you have experienced, like a journey, and then it maps it to something that's new, which might be the meaning of life, or being in a love relationship, or many other different things. So to give an example of how these might work, this is our journey schema. So people actually do have experience. If it's on a bike, on a wheelchair, or walking, or wherever, moving around. And it turns out that a lot of English speakers, and in fact people in many different languages, also map their understanding of this physical journey to a love journey. And you'll see lots of songs and poetry and just normal conversation about love as a journey that people go on. And what's different is, rather than going from your house to someone else's house, in a love relationship, you go usually from a relationship you don't want, strangers, friends, something like that, and your journey is the ideal relationship. Now you're in love, that sort of thing. And there's many different sorts of metaphors. The more it goes away from your experience to things like this, the more and more it becomes culturally bound. So love as a journey is a pretty common metaphor, but it's not in every language and every culture. So this is one way is that learning a new language can be challenging. So these are examples of metaphors that have been identified in English. And they exist in English, but they don't exist in every language. And the other languages might have metaphors that don't exist in English. And so you have to sort of start figuring out how to learn all of these different things. And our last one, I don't really have slides on, but I'll just talk about it a bit, or talk about it some, is stories, right? We get a lot of meaning from stories, and in very complex ways. So what is a story? The most common pattern of a story seems to be, there's a place and time. There's some place that the story happens in. It could be the real world, it could be a fictional world, it could be the Marvel Cinematic Universe with Iron Man and Captain America, it could be Star Wars, It could be Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. It could be many, many different things, right? Stories, right? So you have a world and time and space that it occurs in. You have some sort of person. Doesn't have to be a real person. It could be a dog or a robot, but someone who acts kind of like a person. And they have things they want to accomplish, goals that they want to succeed at, and something gets in the way, and a story develops. Stories are one of our most important ways for communicating to each other. It's how we usually understand our own lives. You know, I have a goal of, I want to succeed in a certain type of job, and so the story of my life is how I got a degree from a great university, and then I met the right people, and I networked, and I learned skills, and you make a story of your own life. You can tell your own story, you can tell a fictional story. And of course, the way you've experienced the world will change how you experience stories, right? So you and a friend could watch the exact same movie and understand it somewhat differently. And the more your own experiences are different, the more your understanding of the story is different. All right, so that was a very quick, that wasn't too bad, 15, 17 minutes about human language meaning. Now the question is, do large language models like ChatGPT, do they do this? Do they have meaning the way that human language has meaning? And so the story that I'm telling is that meaning comes from our experiences in the world. And those two types of experiences are usually our actual, the way our body moves, the way we feel, the way we get hit, the way we move around, the way we, you know, the actual feelings of hunger and pain and love and all of those things. So we have grounded real meanings, grounded real experiences. And the other type of what's called grounding or fixing a meaning is actually usually the stories that we have in this way we use them to understand the world. Okay, so we have this grounded meaning for humans. Do large language models have such a grounding or not? I'm trying to check my time, making sure I'm okay. Okay. So do deep learning models of language work how do they work? And do they have human-like meanings or not? So to think very generally about how these models work, let's say we ask it to translate something for us. So at the top we have English. I went to the bank to get cash. Cash here being money. So I went to a place to get money. And then down below, in the red or brown color, we have in French. I don't know, my French isn't that good. Let's see how I do. Je suis allé à la banque pour obtenir de l'argent. L'argent. Okay. So I want to go from English into French. How's that going to work? What's going to happen if you ask a ChatGPT or something to translate for you? It will encode what you tell it in some way. And then once it has the way it's encoded it, it will decode it to give you the different answer. What does that mean? So let's think about how humans do it. If I spoke both languages, I would get the meaning of the sentence from English, put
Sorry,
it into the
Mr.
meaning in my
Hatfield.
heads, and then decode it out into French.
Sorry, Mr. Hatfield, please, could you please kindly begin rapping since we are going to move to the question and answer sessions.
Sure, I'll get to that. If you want to do something else, like say you're doing language teaching, I go to the bank to get cash. You type in, I go to the bank to get cash, ask it to fix the sentence, it encodes it and decodes it back out into something that looks more like academic English. Right. So how does it do this? I would go to the very quick version, of course. There's two main things it does. One is it has to create a representation of the language record the context of each of the words, and then make a prediction. So to explain that a little bit, if you type into ChatGPT, I went to the bank to get cash, it divides that up into what are called tokens, little pieces of it. Usually those are words, but it doesn't have to be a word. It takes in little pieces of it. And this is the part that's strange and different. Besides just taking the pieces of the word, it also memorizes the context. So when we say that GPT has learned from many different sources online, what it's done is it's recorded all these sorts of different contexts of speech and recorded them in a big giant number bank. I'll explain kind of how that works, and I'll end up. So the contexts it basically creates this sort of space of meaning, space of context, different places that words have been, different ways the words have been encountered. And that lets it move around in that space. So like moving from one way it's recorded the word uncle, the way it's recorded the word aunt, is the same way it talks about the difference between man and woman. So therefore, this sort of yellow motion might be some sort of sex or gender thing. All right, I do need to wrap up. So, does this bear any resemblance to words in our minds? One answer to this is that some of it is like human language and some of it's not. Those things like schemas and metaphors, which are based upon relationships of words, it might do pretty well, actually. It won't be quite the same.
Mr. Hatfield, sorry,
yeah.
you have, we will give like the extension for 1 minute to wrap the presentation.
Great. My next slide is the conclusion, so we're good.
Okay, all
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it's probably not, it's pretty good at things like the schemas and metaphors, but it's not good at all at the stuff that's based upon experience. Why? Because it has no experiences. Doesn't exist in the world. It has no body to activate. The other thing that it might be quite different at, it doesn't have a built-up point of view based upon the stories that it knows and the experiences that it's had. So what does all this come to? Deep learning models are based upon processing lots and lots of forms. So when you ask it a question about forms, like how should I say something, it's usually right and pretty darn good. If you ask it a question about the world, about the meanings of things, it's more likely to be wrong. And therefore it's risky to trust what a large language model means, because we actually don't know how it means yet, and it's still developing. Here's some references for you. And if you'd like to get more information about my university, that's there too. Thank you very much. I apologize for going a little long.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Hatfield. This is an insightful and a very interesting topic, but unfortunately we have a limited time, so I believe that if you have further question or curiosity, you can contact Dr. Hatfield here. So we will now open the floor for a few questions. First, I'd like to open the floor for the audience here in the teleconference. Okay, so could you please tell your name? Sorry for the committee, could you please hand on the microphone? Here, sorry, here at the front. Yes, you.
Hello, good afternoon, Professor Hatfield. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my name is Adam. I am one of the lecturer in Unpam at Indonesian Literature. Well, actually, I've been, what is that, like interested in doing analysis in corpus linguistics and also computational linguistics. And I've been doing the research on how, what is that, like comparing LLM, large language models, between texts in Indonesian text and also the LLMs generated by ChatGPT and its friends. And then now I'm just wanna know your opinion, since I've doing this one and it hasn't finished yet. So I just wanna know your opinion about that. Do you think could we possibly compare and see the register pattern in, what is that, like the LMS text in LMS of generated by ChatGPT and Gemini and something like that? Okay.
Can we see how the words are represented in these things? Was that the question?
Yeah. The question is, do you think that we could possibly compare and then, or could we see the pattern of register pattern in, in LMS generated by ChatGPT, something like that?
Comparing the different registers.
Yes. Yeah, registers.
Yeah, so there's probably many answers to this question. So one way to think about registers is, of course, the different ways that we speak to each other. So if I'm doing a formal talk right now, I speak differently than I'm speaking to a friend. So an academic talk versus a casual conversation, or a formal story or academic paper, all these things can be called different registers. These language models can do different registers some. You often have to give it a very good prompt so it kind of knows what you're looking for. However, because one of the big differences between a person, like a child who learns a language, and a big model is the size. A model like ChatGPT will be trained on tens of billions of words, while a child might just have a million or so, or even hundreds of thousands, depending on the age. So the reason I mention all this is sometimes the billions upon billions of words, which let it have a rich representation of language, also make it harder for it to distinguish different ways, different registers to speak in. So that, it often writes quite long responses in ways that are somewhat unnatural to a regular conversation. It's normal, and if you're talking to a friend, to respond with 3 words, but ChatGPT might give you 500 words. So it can struggle sometimes with that. I have a feeling I haven't quite answered your question yet, but I'm happy to talk about it more afterwards as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for the questions and the answer, Dr. Hatfield. Please allow me to ask my own questions. Yeah, for the second question, I'd like to ask Dr. Hatfield. Actually, I am amazed when I read your CV and I saw that you actually developed an open source software, yeah, for conducting behavior experiments, primarily for running self-guided, self-paced reading task, yeah, with your partner. It's Mr. Artos, right? Please give applause for Dr. Hatfield, yeah? So you're not only conducting researches, but you also develop the program as well. Okay, so my question here actually, to what extent, Doctor, can the large language models understand pragmatics like sarcasm, implicatures, politeness? Is it possible?
Yeah. People are still discussing this, so the answer is still open. To some degree, yes, it can understand pragmatics in the sense that it can often tell if you're trying to joke or be sarcastic. It's not as good at irony and sarcasm as it is about statements that are very direct and supposed to be true, but does have some abilities there. That's one answer, like a practical answer, I guess. But there's another big debate, comes often from philosophers more and linguists as well, which the whole idea of pragmatics and speech acts assumes a responsibility in the world that large language models don't take. What I mean by that is, if I say something, like I actually say it, then you sort of believe me that I'm really saying it, and I actually believe it. And I'm responsible if I lie. You can be angry at me if I lie to you, or if I insult you, you can be mad at me. But large language models aren't people, and so they can't really perform actions in the same way. They can say things that are insulting, they can say things that are true, they can say things that are false, but it's not clear that because they're not people that they take responsibility for their own conversations. Yeah.
All right, that's the differences between AI and human, Professor. Okay. Thank you very much. So that one is the last questions. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause again for Dr. Hatfield. Thank you for sharing your research and expertise with us today, Dr. Hatfield. And thank you to all participants here for your attention and engagement. So I hope that we can collaborate more here, especially to advance language, literature, and education. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much for the esteemed speaker and moderator for the enlightening presentation. So another one, please give round of applause for our moderator and speaker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here at this very moment, I'd like to show you the online certificates for our online presenters as our appreciation. And the first online certificate is for our presenter, Mr. Hatfield, PhD from New Zealand. All right, and the second one is the certificate for our previous presenter from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Dr. Rafi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here we are coming to our last presenter, last but not least, for this international seminar. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, pembicara berikutnya pada seminar internasional pada hari ini adalah Dr. Rai Bagus Triadi SSMPD dari Sastra Indonesia Universitas Pamulang, dan sesi ini akan dimoderatori secara langsung oleh Bapak Adam Muhammad Nur SSM Hum. Sebelumnya, izinkan saya membacakan sedikit CV dari Pak Adam. Beliau merupakan salah satu dosen dari Sastra Indonesia, Universitas Pamulang, dan juga seorang penulis aktif yang telah banyak berkontribusi dalam bidang linguistik. Beliau memiliki komitmen kuat untuk berbagi pengetahuan kepada mahasiswa melalui kegiatan pembelajaran, kepada komunitas akademik melalui penelitian, dan kepada masyarakat luas melalui pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Dengan ketajaman analisis serta gaya komunikasi yang lugas dan berwibawa, kehadiran beliau tentu akan menjadi nilai tambah yang signifikan pada sesi ini. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Mr. Adam.
Baik, thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony. Okay, let me lead the discussion with Bahasa Indonesia ya. Okay, saya mau pantun. Pakai kostum, pakai sepatu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang kenceng dong tepuk tangannya. Nah, gitu. Oke, terima kasih. Nah, masih semangat kan ya semuanya? Mana cuman satu orang? Hah? 2 orang? Lagi dong, semangat nggak? Alhamdulillah ya, tetap semangat ya. Meskipun ini pembicara terakhir, tapi materinya pokoknya amazing ya. Tetap kita dengarkan sampai akhir. Oke, baik. Saya akan memperkenalkan dulu nanti di sini nanti pembicara keempat itu ada Bapak Dr. Ray Bagus Triadi SS MPD. Mungkin kita persilakan terlebih dahulu Bapak Ray untuk masuk dulu. Silakan tepuk tangan dong untuk Bapak Ray. Baik, Pak Ray gimana kabarnya, sehat ya?
Alhamdulillah.
Oke. Baik, sebelum kita mulai, saya akan memperkenalkan dulu Bapak Dr. Ray Bagus Triadi. Jadi Bapak Ray ini adalah salah satu dosen di Sastra Indonesia Universitas Pamulang yang sekarang juga menjabat sebagai Wakil Ketua APP BIPA Banten, dan memang Pak Ray ini sangat kuat berkecimpung di pemurnian bahasa Indonesia, juga sebagai pengajar bahasa Indonesia untuk penutur asing. Jadi Bapak Ray ini lulus di Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia ya, S1-nya mengambil jurusan Sastra Indonesia, kemudian S2-nya di universitas yang sama mengambil pendidikan bahasa Indonesia, dan terakhir doktor di UPI dengan jurusan yang sama ya, pendidikan bahasa Indonesia. Jadi memang sangat kuat terkait dengan pemertanan bahasanya Pak Ray ini. Jadi penelitian Pak Ray ini banyak di ranah pemertanan bahasa, psikolinguistik, analisis wacana kritis ya, tapi lebih kuatnya di pemertanan bahasa dan juga penguatan bahasa gitu ya. Oke, Pak Ray juga sekarang sedang sibuk mengajar juga ya Pak Ray di
saya kebetulan dapat program di STAN mengajar BIPA juga.
Mengajar BIPA ya. Jadi memang sangat kuat dan pengajaran bahasa Indonesianya ya untuk orang-orang asing. Baik, tanpa berlama-lama lagi mungkin kita akan masuk ke materi. Silakan Bapak Ray untuk memulai materinya. Bapak Ray silakan, mau jalan-jalan di sini atau
saya mau di panggung aja.
Silakan.
Terima kasih. Ya, terima kasih kepada Pewara, Pak Adam Muhammad Nur, juga kepada Bu Dekan, Pak Kaprodi Sastra Inggris, dan mahasiswa Sastra Inggris dan Sastra Indonesia. Setelah 4 pembicara berbicara bahasa Inggris di sini, izinkan saya berbicara bahasa Indonesia untuk membawakan materi terkait dengan ragam bahasa di era digital. Lebih khususnya terkait dengan studi kasus pemertahanan bahasa Indonesia. Ini adalah kumpulan dari berbagai riset yang telah saya lakukan terkait dengan interferensi dari bahasa asing dan juga bahasa daerah terhadap kekuatan bahasa Indonesia, khususnya di media digital, lebih khususnya lagi di media sosial. Bisa silakan lanjutkan tampilan. Nah, ada yang pertama yaitu terkait sebuah analogi bahwa kecenderungan penggunaan bahasa dalam kehidupan bangsa dan negara saat ini mengarah kepada terbentuknya suatu masyarakat bahasa global. Jadi saya bisa prediksi ada sebuah saat kita akan menggunakan bahasa yang sama secara global. Kenapa itu? Dikarenakan berbagai faktor, salah satunya adalah faktor digital yang segala sesuatu sekarang itu berbasiskan digital. Siapa di sini yang tidak punya media sosial? Tidak ada kan? Pasti semuanya punya. Dan saya yakinkan pasti Anda lebih banyak mengakses media digital itu per hari dibandingkan dengan buku bacaan. Yang di dalamnya hanya terdiri dari satu bahasa. Sedangkan di media digital itu semua bahasa bisa ada, bisa masuk dan bisa langsung berkomunikasi dengan kita semua. Di situ juga ada bahwa saat ini sebagian besar orang menggunakan media sosial seperti Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, YouTube, dan TikTok. Nah, masing-masing dari platform media sosial ini memiliki karakteristik tersendiri. Pasti Anda akan menggunakan salah satu ragam di media sosial Instagram. Lain halnya kalian akan berbeda, berpindah ragam ketika Anda menggunakan media sosial Facebook. Makanya suka ada lelucon ketika ada yang komennya tidak sesuai itu dikatakan sebagai warga Facebook. Nggak masuk bahasanya gitu kan ya, atau nggak masuk bahasannya gitu ya. Nah, fenomena itu akan menjadi sebuah kenyataan bahwa satu saat kita akan menggunakan bahasa yang sama seluruh dunia ketika media sosial itu digunakan secara intens per harinya. Nah, fenomena itu kenapa saya buat seperti itu, karena nanti satu waktu bisa jadi anak cucu kita itu tidak pernah mengenal bahasa Indonesia. Memang agak tidak masuk akal, tapi nanti kita akan lihat fenomena-fenomena yang sudah terjadi yang memperlihatkan adanya pergeseran tersebut. Bisa dilanjutkan? Nah, ini akan menjadi dasar dulu mengapa saya berbicara terkait dengan bahasa Indonesia bukan bahasa Indonesia ya, tapi bahasa Indonesia itu melalui proses pertahanan bahasanya itu seperti apa. Yang pertama itu kita pertama kali mengenal bahasa Indonesia itu mengenai Sumpah Pemuda ya, bahwa ada salah satu poin yang membahas tentang bahasa Indonesia itu sebagai bahasa persatuan. Dilanjutkan lagi bahwa ada sebuah jargon yang dikeluarkan oleh Badan Bahasa terkait dengan di mana posisi bahasa Indonesia di saat ini di masyarakat Indonesia. Itu adalah pertama, utamakan bahasa Indonesia, lestarikan bahasa daerah, kuasai bahasa asing. Jadi pembicaraan kita di sini tidak sama sekali saya mengecilkan bahasa asing, tidak. Memang harus dikuasai, saya akui. Saya pun lulus dari doktor atau dari S3 itu harus melewati tahapan itu. Mengapa? Karena saya harus mengakses berbagai jurnal yang berbahasa Inggris. Ya, dan itu sudah bukan merupakan sebuah kewajiban lagi, tetapi memang ya kewajiban gitu ya, bukan sebuah yang merupakan sebuah kewajiban. Terus lagi ada sebuah fenomena yang di tahun 2023 bahwa bahasa Indonesia itu sudah menjadi bahasa UNESCO ya, artinya bahasa pengantar di bidang kebudayaan dan pendidikan di organisasi PBB. Terus ada di paling ujung itu ya, apa kewajiban bahasa Indonesia itu ada di mana saja penggunaannya. Karena pasal yang mengatur tentang penggunaan bahasa itu bersatu atau satu kesatuan dengan pasal tentang negara dan kepala negara. Jadi pasalnya itu bersatu. Tetapi memang terlalu tumpul untuk menghakimi bahwa seseorang itu mengalami kesalahan berbahasa Indonesia itu tidak pernah. Bisa dilanjutkan? Nah, ini ada beberapa, saya mengambil ada yang dari Kompas ya, ada yang dari CNN juga, bahwa potensi bahasa Indonesia sebagai bahasa internasional itu ada di posisi mana. Di sini ada, kita sudah mulai memasuki bahwa bahasa Indonesia bisa digunakan sebagai bahasa resmi PBB ya. Terus ada negara yang sudah menggunakan bahasa Indonesia sebagai bahasa tidak resmi, itu juga sudah ada beberapa negara. Bahkan 52 negara itu sudah melaksanakan program BIPA. Program BIPA itu adalah bahasa Indonesia bagi penutur asing. Nah, ini kesempatan bagi mahasiswa dari sastra Inggris maupun sastra Indonesia untuk bisa berkiprah di dunia itu. Karena yang saya rasakan sekarang ini itu sangat dibutuhkan, sangat banyak peluang untuk kalian. Tidak hanya di dalam negeri, bahkan di luar negeri itu sangat membutuhkan. Biasanya itu dilakukan kontrak per 6 bulan pertama, ketika ada lanjutan itu menjadi 3 tahun pertama. Itu akan terus menerus. Dan juga saya pernah rasakan juga itu pembayarannya, itu pengajar bahasa Indonesia itu sangat dihargai di luar. Jadi terlepas dari mahasiswa sastra Inggris atau sastra Indonesia itu memiliki kesempatan yang sangat luas untuk melaksanakan program itu. Lanjut lagi, apa saja sih sebelumnya, maaf. Nah, ada yang tampilan selanjutnya bahwa bahasa Indonesia itu kurang lebihnya di mana, bisa kita lihat semuanya bahwa pelafalannya itu cenderung sama dengan tulisan. Artinya ketika tulisannya bentuknya seperti itu, dibacanya seperti itu juga. Berbeda misalnya dengan bahasa asing yang lainnya, ketika ditulisnya seperti apa, dibacanya itu bisa berbeda. Terus tapi ada kurangnya juga di situ ya. Kita bisa lihat sama-sama bahwa bahasa Indonesia itu lebih rumit, artinya proses pengimbuhannya itu sangat banyak, berbeda dengan bahasa asing. Kita bisa lihatlah, maksudnya ini sebagai potensi bahwa bahasa Indonesia itu bisa dibawa ke ranah internasional atau tidak. Bisa dilanjutkan tampilannya? Nah, kita balik lagi ke studi kasus di media sosial, bahwa kondisi ragam bahasa di media sosial itu menyatakan bahwa penggunaan bahasa di media sosial itu adalah cerminan atau pola pikir dan pesan-pesan yang hendak disampaikan oleh pribadi. Jadi ada sebuah penelitian atau ada sebuah pendekatan yang bisa melihat bahwa kepribadian seseorang itu bisa dilihat dari status yang ada di media sosialnya. Itu bisa dilihat orang itu akan seperti apa. Karena penggunaan bahasa di media sosial itu sangat mencerminkan dari identitas dari masyarakat tersebut. Atau bahkan kita sudah tidak bisa dinilai identitas kita itu berasal dari bangsa mana. Saya pernah bertemu dengan mahasiswa bimbingan, dia janjian dengan saya, Pak Ray, maaf saya belum bisa bertemu dengan Pak Ray, saya belum follow up skripsi saya insecure loh Pak ketemu Bapak katanya. Saya ini via telepon itu ya, atau lewat telepon, saya nggak bisa ketahui dia orang mana ini, gitu ya. Kalau mau bahasa Inggris full bahasa Inggris nggak apa-apa, atau mau bahasa Indonesia ya udah bahasa Indonesia yang benar. Jadi identitas seseorang berasal dari bangsa mana itu tidak bisa terlihat sekarang ketika bahasa yang digunakannya itu dicampur adukan dan tidak mengenal batas-batasnya. Ya, jadi ada lebih banyak menggunakan bahasa asing, terus bahasanya singkat dan tidak lengkap, ada pertentangan baku dan tidak baku, bahasa daerah itu lebih bisa menggambarkan. Nah, memang media digital itu adalah media sosial itu adalah ragam tidak resmi. Betul. Jadi tidak sama sekali saya mempersalahkan ketika seseorang itu menggunakan bahasa asing di media sosial, tidak sama sekali. Atau menggunakan bahasa tidak baku di media sosial, saya tidak mempersalahkan. Tetapi kalian bisa lihat nanti bahwa ketika penggunaan ragam bahasa di ragam cakapan itu akan bergeser ke pola-pola yang resmi. Artinya ketika saya mengajar, bisa saja saya menggunakan ragam tidak resmi di situ. Kenapa? Karena terbawa-bawa. Bisa dilanjutkan? Nah, ini juga ya ada karakteristik media sosial menuntut bahasa itu berbentuk, pertama ada menarik, ada singkat, ada menghadirkan banyak konteks, ada interpretasi ganda. Jadi ini pola-pola yang muncul di media sosial terkait dengan bahasanya. Bisa dilanjutkan? Nah, ini pola bisa kalian perhatikan ya. Jadi saya mengambil acak bahwa tampilan di media sosial kita itu sekarang seperti ini. Pertama ada gong, fix pemenang tren cewek liatin ayah pernah sampai ke puncak Everest. Dia dinamai Himalaya, merinding kak gitu. Terus ada season 2 peserta COC sukses jawab hitung cepat. Net itu warga net mungkin ya. Oke. Pakai kalkulator aja pasti gue masih salah katanya. Jadi pola-polanya itu seperti ini. Saya mempermasalahkan tidak sama sekali. Tidak apa-apa pola seperti ini. Tapi yang harus dijaga itu adalah pola seperti ini bergeser ya, ke penggunaan bahasa yang seharusnya kita menggunakan bahasa resmi. Atau bahasa asing seperti di forum ini full, saya tidak pernah memasalahkan. Ada lagi cewek speak up buat perempuan yang ikut-ikutan tren, me and the boy. Traumatik. Me jangan karena udah jadi mantan malah di-spill fotonya tanpa izin dan jelek-jelekin fisiknya. Terus yang ujung, tragis, pesta mirat berujung duel maut. 3 pemuda wassalam. Ada lagi di bawahnya, penasaran rasa daging manusia, pria ini goreng temannya. Nah, ini adalah contoh salah satu bahasa media sosial yang interpretasi gandanya itu sangat. Maksudnya itu goreng itu seperti apa? Digoreng beneran, gitu kan ya? Atau hanya menggoreng temannya itu artinya menjelek-jelekan atau menaikkan atau ada sebuah kelakuan dia yang negatif terus diungkit-ungkit. Gitu kan? Jadi polanya itu seperti ini. Ini adalah salah satu media yang berbentuk Instagram. Kita lihat tampilan selanjutnya. Nah, ini di Twitter ya atau X sekarang. Bisa lihat bahwa mengakhiri tanpa bertemu, melepaskan tanpa orang baru. Berpisah tanpa rasa dendam. People come and go. Itu nyata. Nah, saya ada di sini di liputan 6 ya. Ada introspeksi. Betul tulisannya seperti itu? Nah, bahkan sekelas liputan 6 pun sudah mulai terpengaruhi. Ya. Seharusnya tidak seperti itu kan? Ada S-nya. Lanjut lagi. Dear orang tuaku, stop oversharing ke tetangga. Iya ya, kenapa selalu orang tua cerita-cerita anaknya ke tetangga? Ya, dan banyak lagi ya. Ini adalah saya tunjukkan bahwa tidak hanya di media sosial yang punya pribadi, bahkan sebuah institusi seperti Liputan 6 atau Tempo pun itu melakukan kesalahan. Kenapa? Karena mereka sudah mulai bergeser. Bukan bergeser, terpengaruhi. Oke, bisa dilanjutkan. Nah, ini ya. Kalian bisa lihat kotak hijau bahwa rapatnya penggunaan ragam bahasa di media sosial yang berbentuk ragam santai dan cakapan itu menjadi terbawa, menjadi kemampuan yang tetap. Ingat ya, tetap. Dan sulit berubah ketika berhadapan dengan situasi atau media yang berbeda. Saya pun sedemikian, ya. Saya ketika ada di forum resmi seperti ini, saya harus bisa menjaga diri saya untuk tidak mengeluarkan bahasa-bahasa cakapan. Kenapa? Karena sudah sangat tertanam. Sama halnya seperti kalian nanti ketika ujian skripsi akan sangat sulit menjaga bahasa kita, aku, ya, saya, bapak atau beliau harus seperti apa, itu akan sangat sulit. Kenapa? Tadi, ya, karena ubah. Bisa dilanjutkan tampilannya. Nah, ini beberapa penelitian saya terkait dengan pemertahanan bahasa Indonesia dari bahasa asing. Pertama, saya pernah meneliti tentang pemurnian bahasa dan pemanfaatan korpus pada kosakata bidang kecantikan register pegawai salon. Jadi saya meneliti kosakata yang ada di bidang kecantikan, khususnya di pegawai salon, itu mana yang masih berbahasa Indonesia. Ternyata sangat minim. Kita bisa melihat blush on, clipper, hair spray, kutex, layer, lip gloss, lipstick, rebonding, shading, itu semuanya merupakan bahasa asing. Padahal kita punya padanan katanya dalam bahasa Indonesia. Ya. Tetapi mungkin di ruangan ini belum, bukan saya, enggak, jangan, yuk. Ada yang pernah bilang, Mbak saya mau beli perona pipi gitu. Enggak pernah kan? Enggak. Atau ini dong hidung saya ditegasin gitu. Enggak kan? Biar agak mancung ditegasin dong gitu. Nah, terus ada juga konsistensi dan karakteristik istilah perkawinan di Nusantara. Jadi tidak hanya di bidang kecantikan, bahwa di bidang perkawinan itu istilah asing itu mulai masuk dan menggeser istilah bahasa Indonesia. Ya, kita sangat jarang sekali melihat ada yang namanya pesta kebun. Gitu. Pasti, ya pasti garden party. gitu kan ya. Terus kamu mau pranikah di mana gitu? Enggak ya? Pasti kamu mau prawedding di mana gitu. Pola-pola seperti ini memang tidak kita sadari, tetapi itu mulai menggeser. Parasmanan akan hilang nanti, ya, diganti dengan istilah yang Buffett. Terus ada juga kebijakan penggunaan bahasa Indonesia pada media reklame, kajian perbandingan antar kota di Indonesia. Kita mempunyai pasal tentang ini, tentang bagaimana bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa asing digunakan di ruang publik. Tetapi saya pernah meneliti, tidak ada sama sekali kota yang memperhatikan itu. Ya. Lanjut lagi, terakhir itu ada penggunaan makian. Nah, bahkan makian, ejekan, itu sudah mulai bergeser. Nggak ada orang yang mau pakai ngejek pakai bahasa daerah atau bahasa Indonesia. Lebih menggunakan bahasa asing. Ini contoh-contoh penelitian yang sedikit yang pernah saya lakukan terkait dengan pemertahanan bahasa Indonesia. Bisa dilanjutkan tampilan lain? Oke, bisa dilanjutkan lagi. Nah, boleh
Apa kepanjangan dari AKA?
Also known as?
Betul. Apa kepanjangan dari FYI?
For your information.
Apa kepanjangan dari DIY?
Do it yourself.
Betul. Apa kepanjangan dari TBH?
To be honest.
Betul. Apa kepanjangan dari OOT?
Out of topic.
Betul. Apa kepanjangan dari BRB?
Be right back.
Betul. Apa kepanjangan dari JK?
Just kidding.
Betul. Apa kepanjangan dari IDC?
I don't care.
Betul. Apa kepanjangan dari RN?
Right now.
Betul. Dan terakhir, apa kepanjangan dari IRL?
In real life.
Betul. Karena sudah menang.
Ya. Semuanya tahu ya? Oh, ibu-ibu gak tahu. Pasti semuanya tahu. Nah, ini tuh kan berasal dari mana? Dari media sosial, media digital ya. Kita biasa menggunakan di ragam cakapan. Boleh Pak digunakan di ragam resmi? Jangan, gitu kan ya. Karena ini tidak resmi kan bahasanya kan. Nah, tetapi ini sudah mulai bergeser, gitu kan ya. Saya sering melihat bahwa ada beberapa rekan saya yang menggunakan hal ini ketika berdiskusi yang harusnya forumnya resmi, gitu kan ya. Ini sering muncul kata ini. Itulah yang ditakutkan oleh saya. Oleh karena itu dalam seminar kali ini saya membawakan terkait dengan hal ini gitu. Boleh dilanjutkan tampilan? Nah, ini adalah pengaruh positif dan negatif dari interferensi bahasa asing ya. Pertama, pengaruh interferensi bahasa asing dari segi positif. Jadi saya tidak selalu berbicara negatif. Pertama, seorang akan nyaman dan mudah dan cepat belajar bahasa asing. Nyaman itu artinya langsung dengan bentuk nyata penggunaannya. Artinya media sosial juga membantu kita semua bisa belajar bahasa asing dengan nyaman. Artinya kita langsung bertemu dengan konteks tanpa dibatasi oleh ruang dan waktu. Yang kedua adalah membuka akses lebih luas mengenai informasi yang bersifat global. Kita itu sekarang ketika ingin mengakses bacaan ya atau berita yang sifatnya dunia gitu ya, itu tidak perlu susah-susah. Itu cukup akses media sosial, berikan kata kuncinya apa, yang lagi trennya apa, itu langsung keluar semuanya. Lanjut lagi ketiga, akses ilmu pengetahuan lebih luas dan tidak terbatas. Saya sangat rasakan sekali ini, saya sekarang bisa mengakses jurnal apapun, itu dengan mudah dikarenakan saya sedikit menguasai bahasa asing. Lanjut, meningkatkan seseorang dapat berpikir kritis terhadap sebuah permasalahan. Betul. Banyak ya penelitian yang menyatakan bahwa ketika seseorang itu menguasai bahasa asing, dia akan lebih bisa berpikir kritis terhadap sebuah permasalahan yang tampak di depannya. Adapun dampak negatifnya, masyarakat mulai menganggap remeh bahasa Indonesia. Itu yang pertama. Masyarakat akan menjadi lupa jika bahasa Indonesia merupakan bahasa persatuan bangsa Indonesia. Ketiga, mulai menganggap rendah bacaan Indonesia. Hal tersebut dapat memicu penurunan sastrawan atau penulis Indonesia. Saya ini juga rasakan sekali bahwa selalu ada yang berbicara referensinya dari luar dong gitu. Lah emang kenapa kalau dari dalam? Emang orang Indonesia itu tidak pandai menulis, kan ya? Saya selalu beranalogi seperti itu. Bahwa kita berbicara referensi itu bagus dari luar, tetapi jangan lupakan yang di dalam. Itu saja. Lalu ada lagi, masyarakat akan menjadi lupa dan sulit mengucapkan bahasa Indonesia yang baik dan benar. Nanti kita tes terakhir ya. Dapat melunturkan keaslian bahasa Indonesia dan semangat nasionalisme, serta mengurangi sikap bangga kepada bahasa dan budaya sendiri. Saya tanya, jawab serentak, kalian masih bangga mempunyai bahasa negara? Kita sangat beruntung loh, karena banyak negara yang tidak punya bahasa negara. Ya. Bahasa mereka apa? Bahasa kolonialnya. Tapi kita meskipun kaum yang terjajah dulunya, tapi kita bisa menghasilkan bahasa negara sendiri. Itu bisa dijadikan sebagai dasar kenapa kita harus bangga. Terakhir, interferensi berubah menjadi integrasi. Jadi ada pola, interferensi itu ngasih pengaruh terus ya. Integrasi itu jadi, gitu kan ya. Paham kamu? Maksudnya gitu. Terus dipengaruhi nih bahasa Indonesia itu oleh bahasa asing, nanti bahasa Indonesia hilang, bahasa asing yang masuk. Kosakatanya banyak ya, yang sudah masuk dan menggeserkan bahasa Indonesianya. Terakhir, tampilan terakhir. Nah, ini adalah ada sebuah gambaran bahwa bahasa Indonesia sukses di luar perlu pembenahan di dalam. Kita bisa lihat, ini kasus baru mulai bahwa sumpah jabatan gunakan bahasa Inggris, wakil DPRD walk out. Ini di satu universitas terkait dengan pelantikan rektor dengan menggunakan bahasa Inggris, yang bukan saya tidak boleh, tapi sudah peraturannya bahwa bahasa Indonesia itu sebagai bahasa pengantar di situasi resmi. Ya, artinya ketika pengangkatan atau pemberian gelar jabatan itu harus menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Ini di dalam negeri. Sedangkan kita bisa lihat di tampilan yang sebelah kiri, bahwa program BIPA justru sangat diminati di luar itu. Kita bisa melihat ada di Norwegia, ada di Yangon ya, ada di Korea Selatan ya, terus ada di Qatar dan seterusnya. Itu hampir di 52 negara orang asing itu berlomba-lomba ingin belajar bahasa Indonesia. Ini menjadikan sebuah ladang pekerjaan, ladang profesi untuk kita semua. Bisa dilanjutkan? Terakhir, lewat saja. Nah, boleh? Saya sebelum dimulai, nanti kalian hitung ya, kalian taunya berapa kata? Boleh, silakan, Mas.
Capai atau capek?
Capai.
Capai, betul. Balsam atau balsam?
Balsam.
Betul. Tolak ukur atau tolok ukur?
Tolok ukur.
Betul. Seriawan atau sariawan?
Seriawan.
Betul. Contek atau sontek?
Sontek.
Betul. Notula atau notulen?
Notula.
Betul. Mushola atau musala?
Musola.
Betul. Telanjur atau terlanjur?
Terlanjur. Terlanjur.
Betul. Cengkeh atau cengkih?
Cengkih.
Betul. Karena sudah menang.
Ya. Video tersebut sebagai video penutup dari saya. Terima kasih semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ray atas materinya. Tepuk tangan lagi dong buat Pak Ray ya. Nah, ini materinya Pak Ray memberikan insight kepada kita ya. Kita harus tetap mencintai bahasa kita ya, bahasa Indonesia. Tapi saya penasaran Pak Ray, itu ke salon gimana cari datanya Pak Ray?
Saya perawatan, Pak.
Oh, perawatan. Oh, perawatan juga ya Pak Ray.
Pak Adam mau ikut?
Jangan ah. Oke. Baik, kita buka sesi tanya jawab ya. Jadi nanti mungkin di sini siapa ada yang ingin bertanya dan masing-masing satu mungkin ya, satu pertanyaan dari YouTube, live YouTube atau dari Zoom dan di ruangan ini. Silakan jika ada pertanyaan. Wah, ada. Yang ini duluan ya. Mas di yang sebelah sini ada pertanyaan.
Wah, banyak, Madam.
Oh, banyak pertanyaan ya.
Ya, kita
sampai jam 3 kali Pak Ray ya?
Enggak, pulang aja.
Izin bertanya, nama saya Nova Devitaloka dari Sastra Inggris. Izin bertanya, kan kebanyakan dari kita orang, maksudnya generasi kita lebih suka pakai kata-kata yang hits yang tren seperti tadi di video, jadi lebih menarik gitu untuk dibaca. Jadi bagaimana kita sebagai penulis untuk tetap memakai penggunaan kata-kata sesuai KBBI namun tetap mengikuti tren. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Tadi siapa namanya Mbak?
Nova.
Nova?
Iya.
Oke. Mau dijawab langsung Pak Ray?
Sama Pak Adam, sama Pak Ray?
Sama Pak Ray aja lah, silakan.
Ya, jadi terima kasih ya Mbak. Seperti yang saya sudah tadi tekankan bahwa saya sama sekali tidak mempermasalahkan ya. Ketika Anda menggunakan bahasa hits, bahasa yang pendek dan menarik itu di media sosial. Atau mungkin Anda ketika menulis teks populer gitu ya, yang bisa ditampilkan di berbagai platform-platform pemberitaan itu tidak masalah sama sekali. Tetapi yang saya permasalahkan adalah ketika rapatnya penggunaan itu bisa bergeser menjadi Anda tidak mempunyai kemampuan bisa berbahasa Indonesia yang baik nanti. Karena rapatnya penggunaan, sehingga ketika rapatnya penggunaan itu akan menjadi sebuah, kalau dalam ilmu psikolinguistik terkait dengan LED, itu akan tersimpan selalu di otak gitu ya. Menjadi sebuah kompetensi yang tidak bisa hilang. Itu yang harus dihindari. Artinya bagaimana Anda bisa menguasai dua hal tersebut secara bersamaan dan juga menguasai kapan saya harus menggunakan ini dan kapan saya harus menggunakan itu. Seperti itu Mbak. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Cukup menjawab ya. Tapi memang sekarang Pak Ray juga mahasiswa-mahasiswa itu kadang suka terbalik antara kita dan kami.
Nah, kalau berdua itu kita atau kami?
Kalau kami, kalau ngomong ke mereka kan.
Kalau kita semuanya?
Semuanya kan. Nah, itu. Kadang-kadang begitu kan Pak Ray ya. Jadi ada perubahan juga gitu ya. Nah, gitu.
BK mau jawab? Oh enggak.
Oke, baik, mungkin pertanyaan selanjutnya di Zoom. Ada? Mana? Oh, di ruangan ini apa di Zoom? Di ruangan ini nggak apa-apa? Satu, oh boleh. Mas, tuh, silakan.
Cek satu. Baik, terima kasih kesempatan dan waktunya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Redo Duha dari Parodi Sastra Inggris dan sekaligus perwakilan dari teman-teman semua. Jadi sesuai dengan penjelasan yang disampaikan oleh Pak kita tadi, Bapak dosen tadi, itu memang benar-benar sangat jelas dan secara pribadi dan mungkin juga teman-teman semua merasakan bahwa di hari ini sekarang penggunaan bahasa itu tidak lagi sesuai dengan KBBI atau sebagaimana mestinya kita menyampaikan sesuatu yang kita sampaikan sesama orang Indo, orang Indonesia maksudnya. Jadi penyampaian saya pada kesempatan ini, bolehkah Bapak memberikan poin esensial ketatanan di mana penggunaan bahasa itu bisa kita jadikan sebagai sebagai pedoman dalam menghadapi era globalisasi sekarang? Karena sebagai generasi muda tentunya sangat memerlukan hal seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Ya, saya langsung jawab ya Pak Adam ya.
Silakan Pak.
Ya, jadi menghadapi era digital tentunya kita semua, apalagi Anda semua sebagai seorang mahasiswa, itu merupakan hal yang wajib ya ketika kalian harus menguasai bahasa asing. Jangan cuma satu ya. Kita bisa melihat sekarang lagi Tiongkok lagi maju, belajar bahasa Tiongkok juga bisa gitu kan ya. Itu yang harus dikuatkan. Menjadi sebuah kemampuan. Tetapi ada kemampuan tambahan. Kemampuan tambahannya artinya Anda harus bisa menggunakan bahasa Indonesia di tempat yang sesuai. Tidak mencampur adukan bahasa Indonesia di tempat yang sesuai. Bagaimana Pak ketika saya menggunakan di medsos? Saya tidak permasalahkan itu. Silakan. Karena itu merupakan sebuah ragam yang muncul dari sebuah variasi yang dinamakan dengan media sosial. Penggunaan bahasa asing, saya selalu ke mahasiswa sastra Indonesia juga selalu menuntut bahwa kalian harus menguasai bahasa asing. Karena kita akan bertempur gitu ya dengan orang-orang asing sedunia karena sudah masuk era digital, era globalisasi. Bukan lagi saingan kalian itu teman sebangku, bukan ya. Bukan lagi teman sekelas, bukan, tetapi orang-orang yang berada di seluruh dunia. Seperti itu terkait dengan kemampuan berbahasa. Bisa dipahami? Oke, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Oh, satu lagi, Bu Eka mau bertanya. Silakan Bu Eka.
Bu Eka mau jawab.
Oke. Oh, sebelum Bu Eka, katanya ini dulu Bu Eka ya. Ada pertanyaan dari Zoom ini ya. Dari Rian Farhan Satria. Apa standar kerja di Indonesia sering berkomunikasi dengan bahasa Indonesia, asing atau campuran? Standar kerja. Ya mungkin berarti apakah di ruang publik, terutama di pekerjaan gitu Pak?
Seharusnya ada sebuah standar ya yang harus kita pakai bahwa bahasa Indonesia itu harus seperti apa di ruang publik atau di ruang kita kerja gitu ya. Tetapi memang banyak poin-poin di dalam, banyak butir-butir di dalam pasal tersebut, pasal yang mengatur tentang kebahasaan itu yang sudah menjadi pembiaran gitu ya. Bahkan seseorang atau sesama rekan kerja berbahasa santai di ruang kerja itu tidak menjadi sebuah permasalahan. Asalkan ketika acara-acara kenegaraan, mungkin padamnya acara-acara resmi lainnya itu harus dihindari ketika mencampur adukan antara bahasa Indonesia, bahasa asing atau bahkan bahasa daerah.
Iya. Oke. Sekarang bahasa korporat juga kan ada ya Pak. Sampai ada yang nah yang gitu tuh. Iya, sekarang ada bahasa korporat Pak, macam-macam ya sekarang ya. Oke, silakan Bu Eka.
Baik. Oke, terima kasih Pak Adam. Ini bukan pertanyaan sebetulnya, mungkin juga opini dari sahabat saya Dr. Rai Bagus. Masih tentang fenomena bahasa. Kalau misalnya tadi disampaikan Pak Rai menerima mahasiswa bimbingan tapi tidak jadi, tetapi bahasanya menggunakan campur kode ya. Kalau di dalam bahasa Inggris kita mengenal dengan code mixing gitu ya. Nah, sebetulnya kan itu kalau di ranahnya kami di linguistik bahasa Inggris itu kan itu menjadi bahan empuk untuk menjadi penelitian begitu kan ya. Nah, sekarang ini yang sedang tren juga sama code mixing antara bahasa Sunda dengan bahasa Indonesia plus ada Inggris sedikit. Nah, kalau yang kita tahu yang tadi bahasa Inggris dicampur dengan Indonesia itu anak-anak Jaksel. Bener nggak yang tinggal di Jaksel? Betul ya? Jadi kalau misalnya mau ngomong apa gitu, iya kan gua udah telepon lu since yesterday, nyampur dengan bahasa. Oke? Tadi juga, aduh Bapak saya nggak bisa ketemu Bapak nih karena saya insecure kalau ketemu Bapak. Jadi itu kan fenomena sebetulnya ya Pak ya. Walaupun tadi memang kalau memang mau disampaikan kamu mau berbahasa Indonesia ya Indonesia saja, mau Inggris ya Inggris saja. Nah itu kan pasti ada alasannya kenapa menggunakan mixing. Nah tren yang sekarang lagi in itu kalau di sosial media seperti TikTok, itu banyak konten-konten yang berbahasa Sunda. Jadi bahasa Sunda yang mereka campur adukkan dengan bahasa Indonesia malah. Misalnya gini, kumaha ya teh iyo coba lihat ya langitnya meni iuh kieu coba ya. Iuh apa coba iuh gitu kan, tidak semua paham. Tapi kita yang orang Sunda jadi lucu juga ya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia mix dengan bahasa Sunda, di mana orang Sunda itu sebetulnya hanya ingin memperlihatkan bahwa identiti dia adalah orang Sunda. Sehingga bahasa Sundanya tidak hilang. Itu kan kalau di Sunda nyampur ke Indonesia. Yang jadi masalah adalah Indonesia nyampur ke bahasa Inggris. Kan maksudnya biar keren kan? Bener gak yang anak Jaksel nih? Ya biar terlihat keren sehingga dia mencampurkan bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Nah itu kan kalau di tren sekarang anak-anak Gen Z ini nih yang mempopulerkan bahasa Jaksel itu sehingga menjadi komunikasi setiap hari gitu. Nah kalau misalnya melihat dari keilmuannya sahabat saya nih Dr. Rai Bagus sebagai pemerhati bahasa dan juga concern terhadap pemertahanan bahasa, fenomena seperti ini apakah harus dihapus atau ya sudah mengikuti saja dengan alur? Gimana menurut Pak Dokter?
Terima kasih Ibu Dr. Eka. Saya tidak pernah mempermasalahkan Bu ketika si proses berbahasanya itu muncul di media yang cakapan lah ya, tidak resmi. Tapi saya ingat dulu ketika saya mau menghubungi promotor saya itu mengecek berkali-kali apa yang ingin saya kirim. Itu kan ya. Karena saya sudah berada di situasi resmi itu. Karena saya berhadapan dengan pembimbing saya atau promotor saya. Nah, itu sama halnya ketika mahasiswa berhadapan dengan saya rasa sama seperti itu. Dia sangat harus bisa menjaga bahasanya dengan ragam yang resmi. Karena saya tidak ingin menggeser proses bimbingan itu menjadi proses yang tidak resmi. Tetap di proses yang resmi. Cukup seperti itu ya Bu Eka mungkin ya. Kalau mau di media sosial, mau campur, saya tidak pernah memasalahkan dari tadi. Itu adalah sebuah variasi bahasa yang muncul dari fenomena. Gitu. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jadi lebih ke situasi mungkin ya Pak Raya. Jadi mungkin situasinya apakah situasi formal menggunakan bahasa Indonesia yang baik dan benar, situasi informal mungkin bisa menggunakan ragam bahasa yang tadi itu ya. Oke. Bagaimana? Sudah dicukup? Oke, baik. Mungkin sudah waktunya kita untuk bukan istirahat lagi, mungkin sudah selesai ya. Oke, mungkin poin yang bisa kita ambil adalah yang pertama kita bisa menggunakan ragam bahasa dimanapun ya, ragam bahasa media sosial, di media sosial atau ragam bahasa yang informal di situasi yang informal, tetapi tetap kita menjaga bagaimana kita menggunakan bahasa secara formal di situasi-situasi formal ya. Juga tadi ada dari Pak Re bahwa ternyata untuk menjadi pengajar BIPA atau pengajar bahasa Indonesia itu menjadi profesi yang cukup menjanjikan sekarang ya Pak Re ya.
Ya, betul Pak Adam. Saya ingatkan mahasiswa yang dari sastra Inggris atau sastra Indonesia harus terus mencari sumber informasi terkait pembelajaran BIPA itu, karena ini merupakan sebuah peluang sangat besar untuk kita di Fakultas Sastra.
Oke. Jadi dibayarnya dolar ya Pak ya?
Pak Adam mau dibayar apa?
Oh, saya mau dolar.
Dolar saya juga.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih. Saya mau pantun sebelum tutup apa ya? Makan ikan di warung Ibu Kosasi. Cukup sekian dan terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih sekali lagi kami ucapkan kepada Bapak Ray dan Pak Adam atas informasi yang diberikan. Kami mohon Bapak pembicara dan Bapak moderator untuk tetap di tempat, serta kami mengundang Ketua Program Studi Sastra Inggris, Bapak Tito Dimas Atmawijaya, SPD MHum, untuk bergabung ke stage guna memberikan plakat dan sertifikat kepada pembicara. Berikan senyuman manis terbaiknya Bapak-bapak. Oke, boleh diberi tepuk tangan sekali lagi. Oke, Bapak Ibu hadirin, kita hampir ada di ujung acara, namun masih ada pengumuman dan acara terakhir yang akan kita lakukan bersama sambil menunggu panitia bersiap-siap. Masih semangat Bapak Ibu? Baru satu orang? Masih semangat semuanya? Luar biasa. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, performance from the English Department students of Universitas Pamulang. Please welcome trio singers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're so happy to be here with all of you today. And before we start, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Sakina Novishahara.
I am Tiara Maharani.
And I'm Lucy Yunisa.
Together, we're going to sing some songs for you and enjoy watching.
Listen to the song here in my heart, a melody I start but can't complete.
Listen to the sound from deep within. It's only beginning to find release.
Oh, the time has come for my dreams to be heard. They will not be pushed aside and turned into your own. All 'cause you want. Listen, listen. I am alone at the crossroads. I'm not at home in my own home, and I'm trying to say what's on my mind. You should have known.
Now I'm done believing you. You don't know what I'm feeling. I'm more than what you made of me. I've followed the voice you gave to me, but now I've got to find my own. You should have to listen. There is someone here inside, someone I thought have died so long ago.
Oh, I'm screaming out for my dreams to be heard. They will not be pushed aside or worse into your own, or 'cause you want. Listen, listen. At a crossroads, I'm not at home in my own home, and I'm trying, say what's on my mind. You should have known.
Now I'm done believing you. You don't know what I'm feeling. I'm more than what you made of me. I followed the voice you gave to me, but now I've got to find my own.
I don't know where I belong, but I will be moving on. If you don't, if you listen to the song here in my heart, how melody I start, but I will complete.
Now I'm done believing you. You don't know what I'm feeling.
I'm more than what's you made of me. I follow your voice you gave to me, but now I gotta find my own, my own. Thank you.
Okay. Our second song is Flashlight from JCG. Let's sing together. And please to turn on your flashlight on your phone.
Thank you.
First sing together.
When tomorrow comes, I'll be on my own, feeling right now, but the thing that I don't know. When tomorrow comes, tomorrow comes, tomorrow comes.
And so the road is long, I look up to the sky, and in the dark I found I'm lost and I won't fly. And I sing along, I sing along, and I sing along. I go on anywhere without you and I look around me, I sweet life, stuck in the dark with dream of last light. You're getting me through the night. Can't stop my heart when you're shining in my eyes. Can't lie, it is sweet life. I'm stuck in the dark with dream of last light. You're getting me through the night.
You're my last light,
And my flashlight. Oh, I see the shadows long beneath the mountain top. I'm not afraid when the rain won't stop, 'cause you light the way, you light the way, you light the way. Everybody sing. I go on anywhere without you and I look around me and get a sweet life. Stuck in the dark with dream of last light. You're getting me through the night. Can't stop my heart when it's shining in my eyes. Can't lie, it's a sweet life. Stuck in the dark with dream of last light. You're getting me through the night. You're my flashlight, light, light. You're my flashlight, light, 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 light. Oh, you're my flash. Oh, I know that you and I look around me, it's sweet life. Stuck in the dark with dream of last light. You're getting me through the night. Can't stop my heart when you're shining in my eyes. Can't lie, it's a sweet life. Stuck in the dark with dream of last light. You're getting me through the night. I know when I get you and I look around me, see a sweet life. Stuck in the dark with dream of last night. You're getting me through the night. Can't stop my heart when you're shining in my eyes. Can't lie, it's a sweet life. Stuck in the dark with dream of last night. You're getting me through the night. You're my flashlight. You're my flashlight. You're my flashlight.
Thank you. Boleh tepuk tangan sekali lagi. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of our international conference, before we continue to our next song, so I'd like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to all speakers for the valuable insights and to all of you for your kind participation. We hope you find the discussion inspiring and your engagement has made this event really special. Sebelum saya menutup acara seminar internasional di teleconference room ini, izinkan saya memberikan sedikit pengumuman bahwa seluruh peserta online seminar yang ada di platform Zoom untuk bisa langsung melanjutkan seminarnya dan masih akan dilanjutkan di breakout room dengan panitia yang sudah disediakan melalui WhatsApp grupnya. Kemudian jangan lupa untuk scan barcode-nya supaya tidak terlupa untuk sertifikatnya. Baiklah, saya Diah Isandriani atas nama pemandu acara mohon maaf apabila terdapat kekeliruan dalam ucapan dan tindakan selama saya memandu acara ini. Thank you once again for being with us today. Wish you all the best and look forward seeing you at our next events. Akhirul kalam, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin yang berbahagia, penampilan terakhir dari trio singer.
Yang tahu boleh nyanyi lagunya sama-sama ya.
Andai aku bisa menjadi seperti yang kau minta, ku jadi juwita kala cinta menggoda.
Tak peduli.
Teman-teman boleh berdiri, kita joget. Pegalkan dari pagi, boleh berdiri, kita ke bawah semuanya teman-teman.
Ada, yang penting kau ada. Meski tanpa panah asmara. Mengapa sabda alam belum jua satukan kisah kita bersama? Cintaku bertepuk harap yang tak ada, rintihan nada asmara ingin ku kembali ke masa remaja. Serasa gali dan nana yang ku mau kau untukku, meskipun kau tak rindu. Engkau aku suka.
Aku ingin cinta tebar semerbak percik pesona. Wahai angin malam, bantu aku merepi alam. Hey!
Meskipun hidung ini terlalu, ku yakin badai pasti berlalu.
Lilin-lilin kecil pun merayu pijar hatiku semuanya.
Cintaku bertepuk harap yang tak ada, rintihan nada asmara ingin ku kembali ke masa remaja. Serasa gali dan nena yang ku mau kau untukku, meskipun kau tak rindu. Engkau aku suka.
Ternyata cinta di hadapan hatimu
Hanya kesenian lain. Cintaku bertepuk harap yang tak ada, rintihan nada asmara ingin ku kembali ke masa remaja. Serasa gali dan nana yang ku mau kau untukku, meskipun kau tak rindu. Engkau aku suka. Cintaku bertepuk harap yang tak ada, rintihan nada asmara kau kehidupanku, meski kau tak tahu ada aku di hidupmu. Yang ku mau kau untukku, meskipun kau tak rindu. Engkau aku suka. Suka.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ya baik, terima kasih semuanya. Ya teman-teman boleh meninggalkan ruang telekonferensi dan mengambil makan siangnya yang sudah tersedia.